Immerse yourself in a realm where reality merges with mystery, perception becomes fluid, and the lines between the tangible and the occult dissolve. Embark on a captivating journey to uncover ancient secrets that have been concealed for centuries, waiting to be revealed by those daring enough to delve into the depths of the human mind. Welcome to the world of Thomas Troward, where words come alive and abstract concepts become potent tools for shaping reality. Join us on an exploration of the unknown, where hidden power lies dormant, ready to be harnessed to transform our lives. In this text, you will dive into the teachings of one of the greatest masters of metaphysical thought, delving into topics such as the law of attraction and the conscious manifestation of our deepest desires. Through Troward's words, you will learn how to unlock your latent potential and open the doors to a life of abundance, success, and fulfillment. Prepare to shed old beliefs and let ancient wisdom guide you toward a new awakening. Are you ready to discover the hidden power within you? Join us on this journey of self-discovery and transformation, where each word brings you closer to realizing your true potential. Chapter 1. The Hidden Power. Fully realizing that our current everyday life largely consists of symbols is finding the answer to the age-old question, what is truth? And as we begin to recognize this, we start to approach the truth. The realization of truth lies in the ability to translate symbols, whether natural or conventional, into their equivalents. And the root of all human error lies in the inability to realize this, maintaining that the symbol has nothing more behind it. And the great power that comes to those who have attained this knowledge is to instill in their peers that there is an inner side to things, and that until this side is known, things themselves are not known. Everything has an inner and an outer side, and the characteristic of the shallow mind that causes it to fail in the quest for truth is the willingness to be satisfied only with the external. As long as this remains the case, it is impossible for a man to grasp the significance of his own relationship with the universal, and it is this relationship that constitutes all that the word truth implies. As long as a man fixes his attention solely on the superficial, he cannot progress in knowledge. He denies that principle of growth, which is the root of all life, whether spiritual, intellectual, or material, because he does not pause to reflect that all that he sees as the outer side of things can result only from some germinal principle hidden in the deep center of his being. Expansion from within, through growth according to a necessary order of sequence, is the law of life of which the entire universe is the outcome, both in the great solidarity of cosmic being and in the separate individualities of its tiniest organisms. This principle is the key to the whole mystery of life, whatever plane we consider it from. Without this key, the door from the outer to the inner side of things can never be opened. Therefore, it is the duty of all to whom this door has been opened, at least to some extent, to strive to make known to others the fact that there is an inner side to things, and that life becomes truer and fuller as we penetrate into it and base our estimates of all things on what becomes visible from the inner standpoint. In the broadest sense, everything is a symbol of what constitutes its inner being, and all nature is a gallery of mysteries that reveal great truths to those who can decipher them. But there is a more specific sense in which our present life rests on symbols concerning the most important subjects that can occupy our thoughts. The symbols by which we strive to represent the nature and being of God, and the way in which man's life is related to divine life. The entire character of a man's life results from what he actually believes about this, not from his formal statement of belief in any particular creed, but from what he realizes at the stage where his mind has truly internalized it. If the mind of man only reaches the point where he thinks it impossible to know anything about God or to make any use of that knowledge if he had it, then his entire inner world is in a state of confusion that must necessarily exist where no spirit of order has begun to move upon the chaos in which the elements of being are indeed found, all disorderly and neutralizing each other. However, if he has advanced one step further and realized that there is a power governing and ordering, but beyond this, he is ignorant of its nature, then the unknown presents itself to him as terrifying, and amid a tumult of fears and anxieties that deprive him of all strength to advance, he spends his life trying to reconcile this power as something naturally adverse to him, instead of knowing that he is the very center of his own life and being. Thus, through all degrees, from the lowest depths of ignorance to the highest heights of intelligence, a man's life must always be the exact reflection of the particular stage he has reached in the perception of divine nature and his own relationship with it. And as we approach full perception of truth, the vital principle within us expands, old hindrances and limitations, which did not actually exist, fall away from us, and we enter regions of light and power of which we previously had no conception. Hence, the importance cannot be overstated of being able to realize the symbol as a symbol and to penetrate into the inner substance it represents. Life itself can only be realized through the conscious experience of its life within ourselves, and it is the effort to translate these experiences into terms that suggest a corresponding idea to others that gives rise to all symbolism. The closer recipients come to real experience, the more transparent the symbol becomes, and the further they are from this experience, the thicker the veil. All our progress consists in the increasingly complete translation of symbols into increasingly clear statements of those they represent. But the first step, without which all subsequent steps must be impossible, is to convince people that symbols are just symbols and not truth itself. The difficulty lies in the fact that if the symbol is in some measure adequate, it must somehow represent the form of truth, just as the draping of a fabric suggests the form of the figure beneath. People have some awareness that they are in the presence of truth in some way, and this leads them to feel any removal of the folds of the curtains that have so far conveyed this idea to them. There are enough indications of inner truth in outer form to provide an excuse for the timid and those lacking mental energy to think for themselves, to cry out that the end has already been reached and that any further inquiry must result in the destruction of truth. But in uttering such a cry, they betray their ignorance of the very nature of truth, which is that it can never be destroyed. The fact that truth is truth makes this impossible. Moreover, they again show their ignorance of the first principle of life, namely, the law of growth. Throughout the universe, it perpetually pushes towards forms of expression increasingly vital, expanding everywhere and aiming nowhere. Such ignorant objections should therefore not alarm us, and we must strive to show those who express them that what they fear is the natural order of divine life that is above all, through all, and in all. But we must do so delicately, without forcibly imposing on them the object of their terror, and thus pushing them away from any study of the subject. We must gradually help them see that there is something more internal than what they have so far considered the ultimate truth, and that they realize that the feeling of emptiness and dissatisfaction that occasionally persists in their hearts is nothing but the pressure of the inner spirit to declare this internal side of things, which alone can satisfactorily explain what we observe externally. Without this knowledge, we can never perceive the true nature of our heritage in universal life, which is eternal life. So what is this central principle that is at the root of all things? It is life, but not life as we recognize it in particular forms of manifestation. It is something more internal and concentrated than that. It is this unity of spirit that is unity simply because it has not yet passed into diversity. Perhaps it is not an easy idea to grasp, but it is the root of all scientific conception of mind, for without it, there is no common principle to which we can refer the countless forms of manifestation that mind assumes. In the conception of life as the total sum of all its powers undistributed, none of them yet existing in particular, but all in potential, it is undoubtedly a very abstract idea, but it is essentially that of the center from which growth occurs through expansion in all directions. It is this ultimate residue that defies all our capacity for analysis. It is truly the unknowable, not in the sense of the unthinkable, but of the unanalyzable. The object of perception and not of knowledge, if by knowledge we mean that faculty which estimates relations between things. For here we have transcended all questions of relations and are face to face with the Absolute. The most intimate of all is the Absolute Spirit. It is life still undifferentiated in any specific manner. It is the universal life permeating all things and lying at the heart of all appearances. To attain knowledge of this is to reach the secret of power and enter into the inner sanctuary of living spirit. Is it illogical to first call this the unknowable and then speak of coming to know it? Perhaps so, but a writer like St. Paul set the precedent. For does he not speak of the culmination of all searches into the heights, depths, lengths, and breadths of the inner side of things, as attaining knowledge of that love which surpasses knowledge? If it is boldly illogical in phrase, though not in fact, can we not also speak of knowing the unknowable? This knowledge is the root of all other knowledge. The presence of this undifferentiated universal life force is the final axiomatic fact to which all our analyses must ultimately lead. Whatever plane we conduct our analysis on, it must always be grounded in pure essence, pure energy, pure being. This is what knows and acknowledges itself, but cannot be dissected because it is not composed of parts, but is ultimately integral, that is, pure unity. But an analysis that does not lead to synthesis is merely destructive. It is the child who unintentionally tears the flower into pieces and throws away the fragments, rather than the botanist who, also tearing the flower into pieces, constructs in his mind from those carefully studied fragments a vast synthesis of the constructive power of nature that encompasses the laws governing the formation of all floral forms. The value of analysis is to bring us back to the original starting point of what we are analyzing, and thus to teach us the laws by which its final form emerges from this center. By knowing the law of construction, we transform our analysis into synthesis and thereby gain a constructive power that must always be beyond the reach of those who regard the unknowable as one with non-being. This idea of the unknowable lies at the root of all materialism. Yet no scientist, however materialistic, disregards the unknowable residue when encountering it in the experiments of their laboratory. On the contrary, they make this non-analyzable final fact the basis of their synthesis. They discover that ultimately it is a type of energy, whether in the form of heat or movement, but they do not abandon their scientific endeavors because they cannot continue to analyze it. They precisely take the opposite path and realize that the conservation of energy, its indestructibility, and the impossibility of adding or subtracting from the total sum of energy in the world are the only solid and immutable facts upon which they can build the edifice of physical science. They base all their knowledge on their knowledge of the unknowable, and rightly so, for if they could analyze this energy into other factors, they would face the same problem of the unknowable. All our progress consists in continually pushing back the unknowable, but the idea that there is no final, non-analyzable residue anywhere is inconceivable. By understanding thus the undifferentiated unity of living spirit as the central fact of any system, whether it be the system of the entire universe or of a single organism, we follow a strictly scientific method. But we pursue our analysis until it inevitably leads us to this final fact, and then we accept this fact as the basis of our synthesis. Therefore, the science of spirit is no less scientific than the science of matter, and it starts from the same initial fact, the fact of a living energy that defies definition or explanation wherever we find it. But it differs from the science of matter in that it regards this energy under an aspect of receptive intelligence that does not fall within the realm of physical science as such. The science of spirit and the science of matter are not opposed. They are complementary, and neither is fully understandable without knowledge of the other. And truly being two parts of a whole, they blend imperceptibly into a border zone where no arbitrary line can be drawn between them. Science, studied with a true scientific spirit, following its own deductions unhesitatingly to its legitimate conclusions, will always reveal the dual aspect of things, the inner and the outer. And only a truncated, mutilated science refuses to acknowledge both. The study of the material world is not strictly materialism if allowed to progress to its legitimate question. Materialism is that limited view of the universe which admits the existence of nothing beyond the mechanical effects of mechanical causes, a system that recognizes no higher power than the physical forces of nature must logically end up with no ultimate recourse higher than physical force or fraud as an alternative. I am speaking, of course, of the tendency of the system, not the morality of individuals, who often surpass the systems they profess. But as we wish to avoid the propagation of a mode of thinking whose effects are too clearly shown by history, whether in Borgia, Italy, in the France of the First Revolution, or in the Commune of the Franco-Prussian War. We must begin to study this inner and spiritual aspect of things, which is the basis of a system whose logical results are truth and love instead of perfidy and violence. Some of us have no doubt often wondered why the heavenly Jerusalem is described in the book of Revelation as a cube. Its length, width, and height are equal. This is because the cube is the figure of perfect stability. It thus represents truth, which can never be overturned. Turn it as you will, it always remains the perfect cube, always upright, impossible to overturn. This figure therefore represents the manifestation in concrete solidity of that central vivifying energy, which is itself of no plane but which generates all planes, the higher, lower, and those of the four sides. But it is at the same time a city, a dwelling place, and this because what is within is the living spirit which has its abode there. Just as one face of the cube implies all the other faces, and also the interior, every plane of manifestation implies the others, and also this interior which generates them all. Therefore, if we wish to progress in the spiritual aspect of science, and every department of science has its spiritual side, we must always keep our minds fixed on this deeper interior that contains the potential of every external manifestation, the fourth dimension that generates the cube. Our common ways of speaking show how intuitively we do this. We speak of the spirit with which an act is performed, the spirit of a game, the spirit of the time, and so on. Everywhere our intuition designates the spirit as the true essence of things, and it is only when we begin to discuss these matters from the outside, rather than from the inside, that our true perception of their nature is lost. The scientific study of the spirit consists in following intelligently and according to a defined method the same principle that is currently presented to us only at irregular and vague intervals. When we realize that this universal and unlimited power of the spirit is at the root of all things and also of ourselves, then we have gained the key to the whole position. No matter how far we push our studies in spiritual science, we will find nowhere else but specific developments of this one universal principle. The kingdom of heaven is within you. I have insisted that the most intimate in all things is the living spirit, and that the science of the spirit differs from the science of matter, in that it considers energy under an aspect of sensible intelligence, which does not fall within the realm of physical science as such. These are the two main points to which we must adhere if we wish to maintain a clear idea of spiritual science and not be misled by arguments drawn from the physical side of sciences. The vitality of the original principle that lies at the heart of all things and its intelligent and receptive nature. Its vitality is evident to our observation, at least from the point of view where we recognize it in the vegetable kingdom, but its intelligence and capacity for response may not be as evident. However, a little reflection will quickly lead us to recognize this as well. No one can deny that there is an intelligent order throughout all nature, for it takes the highest intelligence of our most trained minds to follow in the footsteps of this universal intelligence that is always ahead of them. The deeper we investigate the world in which we live, the clearer it becomes that all our science is the translation into words or numerical symbols of this order that already exists. If the clear statement of this order is the highest that the human intellect can reach, it surely argues a corresponding intelligence in the power that gives rise to this great sequence of order and interrelation to build a harmonious whole. Now, unless we resort to the idea of a worker working on material external to him, in which case we must explain the phenomenon of the worker, the only conception we can form of this power is that the living spirit is inherent at the heart of every atom, giving it form and external definition, and becoming within it those intrinsic polarities that constitute its own nature. Here there is no work by chance. Every attraction and repulsion acts with its own force, bringing atoms into molecules, molecules into tissues, tissues into organs, and organs into individuals. At each stage of progress, we obtain the sum of intelligent forces operating in the constituent parts, plus a higher degree of intelligence that we can consider as collective intelligence, superior to the simple total sum of the parts, something that belongs to the individual as a whole and not to the parts themselves. These are facts that can be widely proven by physical science and also provide a great law in spiritual science. In every collective body, the intelligence of the whole is superior to the sum of the parts. The spirit is at the root of all things, and reflective observation shows that its operation is guided by an infallible intelligence that adapts means to ends and harmonizes the entire universe of manifested being in those wonderful forms that physical science illuminates each day. And this intelligence must be within the generating spirit itself, because there is no other source from which it can proceed. Therefore, we can assert categorically that the spirit is intelligent and that everything it does through the intelligent adaptation of means to ends. But the spirit also responds. Here we must resort to the law stated above, according to which the mere sum of intelligence of the spirit in lower degrees of manifestation is not equal to the intelligence of the complex whole as such. It is a fundamental law that we cannot engrave too deeply in our minds. The degree of spiritual intelligence is marked by the totality of the organism through which it expresses itself. Therefore, the most highly organized being possesses a higher degree of spirit, and is thus capable of exerting control over all lower or less integrated degrees of spirit. Being so, we can now begin to see why the spirit, which is the innermost of all things, is both receptive and intelligent. Being intelligent, it knows, and being ultimately the spirit of everything that exists, it knows itself. Hence it follows that this power recognizes itself, and consequently the lower powers recognize their higher powers and, by the law of attraction, are compelled to respond to the higher degrees of themselves. Therefore, according to this general principle, spirit under every external manifestation is necessarily intelligent and receptive. But intelligence and capacity for response imply personality. Therefore, we can now take one step further and argue that every spirit contains the elements of personality, even if in a particular situation it may not yet express itself as that individual personality we find in ourselves. In summary, spirit is always personal in its nature, even if it has not yet reached that degree of synthesis sufficient to manifest personally. In us, synthesis has progressed sufficiently to attain this degree, and therefore we recognize ourselves as the manifestation of personality. The human realm is the realm of the manifestation of this personality, which is the essence of spiritual substance at all levels. To simplify the argument, we can say that our own personality must necessarily have its origin in what is personal, according to the principle that one cannot draw from a bag more than it contains. In us, therefore, we find this more perfect synthesis of spirit in manifested personality that is lacking in the lower realms of nature. Therefore, since spirit is necessarily that which knows itself and must therefore recognize its own degrees in its various modes, spirit at all degrees lower than that of human personality is obliged to respond to itself in that higher degree which constitutes human individuality. And this is the basis of the power of human thought to externalize itself in endless forms of its own ordering. If the subordination of lower degrees of spirit to higher ones is one of the fundamental laws underlying the creative power of thought, there is another equally fundamental law that puts a salutary restraint on the abuse of this power. It is the law that we can control the powers of the universal for our own ends only to the extent that we realize and obey its generic character. We can use water for any purpose as long as it does not require it to flow upward, and we can use electricity for any purpose as long as it does not require it to move from a lower to a higher potential. The same applies to this universal power we call spirit. It has an inherent generic character to which we must conform if we are to use it for our specific purposes. And this character is summed up in one word: goodness. Spirit is life, so its generic tendency must always be towards life or towards increasing the vivacity of every individual. And since it is universal, it cannot have particular interests to serve, so its action must always be beneficial for all. This is the generic character of spirit, and just as water, electricity, or any physical force of the universe do not act contrary to their generic character, neither does spirit. The inference is clear. If we want to use spirit, We must follow the law of spirit, which is goodness. That is the only limitation. If our original intention is good, we can use the power for the purpose we desire. And how do we define goodness? Simply by the definition of the child. What is wrong is not good, and what is good is not wrong. We all instinctively know the difference between wrong and right. If we adhere to this principle of obedience to the generic law of spirit, we are left only to study the law of proportion that exists between more or less integrated modalities of spirit, and then to bring our knowledge with the utmost determination. The law of spirit to which our research has led us is of extremely vast scope. We have followed it from the conception of the intelligence of the spirit subsisting in the initial atoms to the aggregation of this intelligence as the conscious identity of the individual. But there is no reason why this law should cease to operate at this point or at any other point outside the whole. The proof of the solidity of a principle is that it can function as effectively on a large scale as on a small scale. Although the nature of its field is determined by the very nature of the principle itself, the extent of its field is unlimited. Therefore, if we continue with the law we have envisaged, it leads us to the conception of an unity of intelligence so superior to that of the individual human, just as the unity of his individual intelligence is superior to the intelligence of any atom of his body. And thus we can conceive a collective individuality that represents the spiritual character of any aggregate of men, the inhabitants of a city, a district, a country, or an entire world. Nor is it necessary for the process to stop here. According to the same principle, there would be a superior collective individuality for the humanity of the entire solar system. And finally, we arrive at the conception of a supreme intelligence that gathers within it all collective individualities of all systems. This is by no means a purely fanciful function. We find it as the law by which our own conscious individuality is constituted, and we find the analogous principle working universally on the physical plane. Physical science knows it as the law of inverse squares, by which reciprocal forces of attraction or repulsion, as the case may be, are not merely equivalent to the sum of the forces emitted by the two bodies in question, but are equivalent to these two forces multiplied and divided by the square of the distance between them, so that the resultant power increases continually in rapidly growing proportion as the two mutually excited bodies approach each other. Since this law is so universal in physical nature, the doctrine of continuity allows us to assume that its analogue holds true in spiritual nature as well. We must never lose sight of the old adage that a truth on one plane is a truth on all planes. If a principle exists absolutely, it exists universally. We must not be deceived by appearances. We must remember that the perceptible results of the operation of any principle consist of two factors, the principle itself, or the active factor, and the matter on which it acts, or the passive factor, and that while the former is invariable, the latter is variable, and the operation of the same invariable on different variables must necessarily produce a variety of results. This becomes immediately evident if we state it mathematically. For example, b or c multiplied by x respectively yield the results axb, axc, which materially differ from each other, although the factor x remains the same. This law of power generation by attraction applies as much on the spiritual plane as on the physical plane, and operates with the same mathematical precision in both cases. Thus, human individuality does not consist in the mere aggregation of its parts, whether spiritual or corporeal, but in the unity of power resulting from the intimate association of these parts with each other. This unity, according to this law of power generation by attraction, is infinitely superior, both in intelligence and power, to any less integrated form of spirit. A common natural principle, both in physical law and spiritual law, fully explains all claims made about the creative power of our thought over all things that come within the circle of our particular life. Thus, each man is the center of his own universe and has the power, by directing his own thought, to control all things within him. However, as I have already said, there is no reason not to recognize that this principle extends from the individual to encompass the entire universe. Each man, as the center of his own world, is himself centered in a higher system in which he is but one of countless similar atoms. This system, in turn, is centered in another superior, until we arrive at the supreme center of all things. Intelligence and power increase from center to center, in a proportion that rises with inconceivable rapidity, according to the law we are examining, until they culminate in an intelligence and power that are limitless and correspond to the total being. Therefore, we have seen that man's relationship with the lower modes of spirit is one of superiority and command. But what is his relationship with these higher modes? In any harmoniously constituted system, the relationship of the part to the whole never interferes with the free operation of the part in fulfilling its own functions. On the contrary, it is precisely through this relationship that each part is maintained in a position to exercise all the functions for which it is qualified. Thus, the subordination of the individual man to the Supreme Spirit, far from limiting his freedom, is the very condition that makes freedom, and indeed life itself, possible. The generic movement of the whole necessarily carries the part along with it, and as long as the part allows itself to be thus carried along, nothing prevents it from working freely in any direction for which it is qualified by its own individuality. This truth is expressed in ancient Hindu religion as the chariot of Jagannath, an ideal chariot that, in later ages, has been degraded into a terribly material symbol. Jagannath means Lord of the universe, and therefore signifies the universal spirit. This spirit, by the law of being, must always advance independently of individuals' attempts to halt it. Those who mount its chariot advance with it towards endless evolution, while those who attempt to oppose it must be crushed under its wheels, for it makes no distinction between persons. Therefore, if we wish to use the universal law of spirit to control our small individual worlds, we must also recognize it regarding the supreme center around which we ourselves revolve. But not in the ancient way of supposing that this center is a capricious individuality external to us, which can be appeased or flattered to obtain good that it is not generous enough to give of its own accord. As long as we retain this childish idea, we will not have attained the freedom that arises from knowing the certainty of the law. The Supreme Spirit is the supreme law, and can be calculated with the same exactness as when it manifests in any of the particular laws of the physical world. And the result of studying, understanding, and obeying this supreme law is that, if we acquire the power to use it, we also need not fear it with the old fear that arises from ignorance, for we can trust the proposition that the whole can have no adverse interest against the parts composing it, and the part can have no adverse interest against the whole. Our ignorance of our relationship with the whole may make it seem that we have separate interests, but a truer knowledge must always show this idea to be erroneous. For this reason, the same receptivity of spirit, which manifests as obedience to our desires when we look at the degrees of spirit lower than our own individuality, must manifest as a necessary influx of intelligence and power when we look at the infinity of spirit, of which our individuality is a singular expression. Indeed, in looking upwards in this way, we are seeking the higher degrees of ourselves. The increase in vitality of the parts means an increase in the vitality of the whole, and as it is impossible to conceive spirit otherwise than as a principle of life in continuous expansion, the demand for increased vitality must, by the inherent nature of spirit, be met with a corresponding supply of continuously growing intelligence and power. Thus, by a natural law, demand creates supply, and this supply can be freely applied to any matter that presents itself to us. There is no limit to the provision of this energy, except the one we impose ourselves through our thought, and there is no limit to the ends to which we can put it to serve, except the great law of order, which says that good things used for bad purposes become bad. The consideration of the intelligent and receptive nature of spirit shows that there can be no more limitations than these. The first is a limitation inherent in spirit itself, and the other is a limitation rooted solely in our own ignorance. It is true that to maintain our healthy action within the circle of our own individual world, we must continually advance with the movement of the broader whole of which we are a part, but this implies no restriction on our freedom to make the most of our lives according to these universal principles of life on which it is founded, for there is not one law for the part and another for the whole, but the same law of being equally pervades both. Thus, to the extent that we become aware of the true law of our own individuality, we will discover that it is one with the law of progress for the race. The collective individuality of humanity is but a larger-scale reproduction of personal individuality, and any action that truly develops the inherent powers of the individual must necessarily be in alignment with this forward march of the universal spirit, which is the evolution of humanity as a whole. Selfishness is a narrow view of our own nature that loses sight of our place in relation to the whole, failing to perceive that it is from this very relationship that our life draws its source. It is ignorance of our own possibilities and the consequent limitation of our own powers. Therefore, if the proof of harmonious correlation throughout the physical world irresistibly leads to the inference of intelligent spirit as the innermost element of all things, we must also recognize ourselves as individual manifestations of the spirit that expresses itself throughout the universe as that intelligent responsive power known as love. In this way, we find that we are a necessary and integral part of the infinite harmony of being. And we do not merely recognize this great truth as a vague intuition, but as the logical and inevitable result of the universal principle of life that pervades all nature. We discover that our intuition was true because we have uncovered the law from which it originated, and now intuition and inquiry converge to reveal to us our individual place in the scheme of things. Even the most advanced among us still have only a vague hint of what this place represents. It is the place of power toward those higher modalities of spirit which we speak of as the universal. The law of man's intimate nature transforms him into a lens that draws toward the center of his own individuality all he desires of light and power, in currents of inexhaustible supply, and toward the lower modalities of spirit, which form for each the sphere of his own particular world. Thus, man becomes the directing center of energy and order. Can we conceive of a position with greater possibilities than these? The circle of this vital influence can expand as the individual grows in broader contemplation of his unity with infinite being, but it would be impossible to formulate a broader law of relationship. Emerson is right in saying that a little algebra will often do more to illuminate our ideas than many poetic resemblances. Algebraically, it is clear that any difference between several powers of x disappears when compared to x multiplied by itself to infinity, for there can be no relationship between any determinate power, however high, and infinity. Thus, the relationship between the individual and the entire being must always remain the same. X squared divided by x to the nth power is equal to x raised to the 10th times x to the nth power. But this in no way interferes with the law of growth by which the individual rises to increasingly higher powers of his own individuality. The immutability of the relationship between all determinate powers of x and infinity does not affect the relations between different powers of x among themselves. The fact that the multiplication of x by itself to infinity is mentally conceivable is proof itself that there is no limit to the extent to which it is possible to raise x in its determinate powers. I am sure non-mathematical listeners will forgive me for using this method of assertion for the benefit of others, to whom a relationship once clearly understood in its mathematical aspect becomes one of the unalterable truths of the universe. And since it is not something to be debated, but an axiom that can be assumed as the foundation upon which further knowledge can be built. But setting aside mathematical formulas, we can say that since the infinite is infinite, there can be no limit to the extent to which the vital principle of growth can rely on it. Therefore, there is no limit to the expansion of individual powers, for we are what we are and we can become what we wish to be. The Kabbalists speak to us of the lost word, the word of power that humanity has lost. For the one who discovers this word, everything is possible. Is this miraculous word truly lost? Yes and no at the same time. It is the most widespread secret of the universe, and the Bible gives us the key. It says, "The word is near you, in your mouth and in your heart." This is the most familiar of all words. The word that we realize in our heart as the center of our conscious being, and which is on our lips 100 times a day, is the word I am. Because I am what I am, I can be what I want to be. My individuality is one of the ways in which the infinite expresses itself, and thus I am myself, that same power that I find at the deepest core of all things, thus realizing the great unity of all spirit. The infinite is not the indefinite, for I see it as the infinite of itself. It is the same I am that I am, and it is not by an act of uncertain favor, but by the law of polarity that is the basis of all nature. The law of polarity is that by which everything manifests in the opposite direction from which it started. It is simply the law that there can be no inside without an outside, nor an end of a stick without its opposite end. Life is movement, and all movement is the appearance of energy at another point, where it has performed work in a form different from that in which it was created. But wherever it reappears, and in whatever new form of invigorating energy, it remains the same. This is nothing other than the scientific doctrine of the conservation of energy. And it is upon this well-recognized principle that our perception of ourselves as integral parts of the great universal power rests. We are right to pay attention to the teachings of the great masters who taught that all power resides in the I am, and to accept this teaching on faith in its pure authority rather than not accepting it at all. But the most excellent path is to understand why they taught in this manner, and to realize for ourselves this first great law that all masterminds have realized throughout the ages. It is true that the lost word is most familiar to us, always in our hearts and on our lips. We have not lost the word, but the understanding of its power. And as the infinite depths of meaning that the words I am carry with them open before us, and as we begin to realize the staggering truth that we ourselves are the same power we seek, it is the polarization of the mind, from the universal to the particular, carrying with it all its inherent powers. Thus the smallest flame possesses all the qualities of fire. The I am in the individual is none other than the I am in the universal. It is the same power working within the smallest sphere of which the individual is the center. This is the great truth that the ancients expressed under the figure of the macrocosm and microcosm, the smallest I am, reproducing the precise image of the greatest, as spoken of in the Bible when it speaks of man as the image of God. Now, the immense practical importance of this principle is that it provides the key to the great law that as a man thinks, so is he. We are often asked why this is so, and the answer may be as follows. We know from personal experience that we realize our own experience in two ways: through our power to act and our sensitivity to feel. And when we consider the mind in the absolute, we can conceive of it only as these two patterns of experience carried to their end. This thus implies infinite sensitivity, and there can be no doubt as to the degree of sensitivity, because the mind is sensitivity and therefore infinitely malleable to the slightest touch, so that every thought we formulate sends its vibratory currents into the infinite of the mind, producing there currents of equal quality but of far greater power. But the mind in the infinite is the creative power of the universe, and the impact of our thought upon it sets in motion a veritable creative force. And if this law holds good for one thought, it holds good for all, and that is why we are continually creating for ourselves a surrounding world which accurately reproduces the complexion of our own thoughts. Persistent thoughts will naturally produce a larger external effect than occasional thoughts not centered upon any particular object. Scattered thoughts that recognize no principle of unity will reproduce no principle of unity. The thought that we are weak and have no power over circumstances leads to the inability to control circumstances, while the thought of power produces power. At all times, we are dealing with an infinitely sensitive medium that stirs creative energies that shape every slight vibration of our thought. This power is inherent to us because of our spiritual nature, and we cannot rid ourselves of it. It is our truly formidable heritage, for it is a power that, if not intelligently directed into ordered lines of activity, will expend its uncontrolled forces in devastating energy. If not used to build, it will destroy, and this is nothing exceptional. It is simply the reappearance on the universal and undifferentiated plane of the same principle that pervades all forces of nature. What natural force is not destructive, unless directed toward a defined direction. Accumulated steam, accumulated electricity, accumulated water will eventually explode, causing destruction around them. But directed through proper channels, they become sources of inexhaustible constructive power, like nature itself. And here, let me pause to draw attention to this idea of accumulation. The greater the accumulation of energy, the greater the danger if it is not directed in proper order, and the greater the power if it is. Fortunately for humanity, physical forces like electricity generally do not persist in highly concentrated form. Occasionally, circumstances converge to produce such concentration, but generally speaking, power elements are more or less evenly dispersed. Similarly, for the mass of humanity, this spiritual power has not yet attained a very high degree of concentration. Every thought must be somewhat a center of concentration, or it would not have individual consciousness. But the power of individualized mind rises swiftly when it recognizes its unity with infinite life, and its currents of thought, well or ill-directed, then assume proportionately great importance. Thus, the harmful effects of misdirected thoughts are somewhat mitigated in the great mass of humanity, and many causes are at work to give proper direction to their thoughts, even if the thinkers themselves are unaware of the power of thought. Providing correct direction to the thoughts of ignorant thinkers is the aim of many religious teachings. Those who are educated must accept this by faith in its pure authority, as they are unable to grasp its true meaning. But despite the assistance offered to humanity, the general current of unregulated thought can only tend towards adversity. Therefore, the grand objective towards which the educated mind directs its power is to free itself from the entanglements of disordered thought and to help others do the same. Escaping this entanglement is achieving perfect freedom, which is perfect power. The entanglement from which one must escape originates from the same principle that gives rise to the freedom of power. It is the same principle applied in reversed conditions. Here, I would like to draw attention to the law that any sequence followed in reverse order must produce a reversed result. This largely explains many issues in life. In the physical world, there are countless examples of how inversion operates. In a dynamo, for instance, the sequence begins with mechanical force that eventually transforms into the subtler force of electricity. Reverse this order, start with generating electricity, and it turns into mechanical force, as in a motor. In one order, the rotation of a wheel produces electricity, and in the opposite order, electricity produces the rotation of a wheel. To illustrate this same principle, in the simplest arithmetic terms, if 10 divided by 2 equals 5, then 10 divided by 5 equals 2. Inversion is a factor of utmost importance and must be accounted for. However, here I must only indicate the general principle that the same power is capable of producing diametrically opposed effects when applied in opposite conditions. This truth was expressed by the so-called magicians of the Middle Ages through two triangles placed in inverse positions. We often tend to assume that results of opposite character require powers of opposite character to produce them, but our general conceptions of things are greatly simplified when we recognize that this is not the case. The same power will produce opposite results when starting from opposite poles. Therefore, the reversed application of the same principle that gives rise to freedom and power constitutes the entanglement from which one must free oneself before achieving power and freedom. And this principle is expressed in the law that as a man thinks, so is he. It is the fundamental law of the human mind, the cogito ergo sum of Descartes. If we trace consciousness to its seat, we find it purely subjective. Our external senses would cease to exist if they were not perceived by subjective consciousness. The idea conveyed to subjective consciousness may be false, but as long as a truer idea is not more forcibly impressed in its place, it remains a substantial reality to the mind that gives it objective existence. I have seen a man speak to the trunk of a tree, for in the moonlight it appeared as a person standing in a garden, repeatedly asking its name and what it wanted. To the speaker, the garden contained a living name that refused to answer. Thus, each mind lives in a world to which its own perceptions give objective reality. Its perceptions may be erroneous, but they nevertheless constitute the very reality of life for the mind shaping them. There is no other life than the one we lead in our own mind, and therefore the progress of the entire race depends on substituting ideas of good, freedom, and order for their opposites. And this can only be done by providing sufficient reason to accept the new idea in place of the old. For each of us, our beliefs constitute our facts, and these beliefs can only be changed by discovering a motive for a different belief. This is, in brief, the foundation of the maxim that as a man thinks, so is he. And from this principle arise all the questions of life. The first perception that man has of the law of cause and effect in relation to his own conduct is that the result always participates in the quality of the cause. As his argument rests solely upon external observation, considering external acts as the only causes capable of setting something in effective motion, he fears retribution as an adequate result when he achieves a morality sufficient to realize that many of his acts have deserved a retribution. Then, under the law that thoughts are things, the evil he fears takes shape and plunges him into adverse circumstances, which in turn urge him to commit new incorrect acts. From these arises a new harvest of fears, which manifest again in new evils, and thus is born a circle from which there is no escape as long as man does not recognize that his external acts as an occasional power in the world around him. This is the law of works, the circle of karma, the wheel of destiny from which there seems to be no escape, because the complete fulfillment of the law of our moral nature today is sufficient for today only, and leaves no surplus to compensate for yesterday's failure. This is the necessary law of things as it follows solely from external observation, and as long as this conception remains, the law of subjective consciousness of each man makes it real for him. What he needs, therefore, is to establish the conception that external acts are not the only occasional power, but that there is another law of causality, namely that of pure thought. It is the law of faith, the law of freedom, for it introduces us to a power capable of inaugurating a new sequence of causality unrelated to any past action. However, this change in mental attitude can only occur when we have grasped a sufficient fact to offer a reason for change. We need a solid foundation to believe in this higher law. Ultimately, we find this foundation in the great truth of the eternal relationship that exists between the mind of the universal and that of the particular. When we realize that fundamentally there is only spirit, and that we ourselves are reproductions in individuality of the intelligence and love that govern the universe, we have reached solid ground where we find we can direct our thought to produce any effect we desire. We have surpassed the idea of two opposites requiring reconciliation and have arrived at the duality where there is no opposition other than the internal and external of the same unity, the polarity inherent in all beings. Then we realize that by virtue of this unity, our thought is endowed with unlimited creative power, free to go where it will, and not obliged to accept as inevitable the consequences that, if not controlled by renewed thought, would follow from our past actions. In his own independent creative power, the mind has found a way out of the fatal circle in which its previous ignorance of the higher law had imprisoned it. The unity of the mind has resulted in perfect freedom. The old sequence of karma has been cut off and a new and higher order introduced. In the old order, the line of thought received its quality and the quality of actions. And since these were always far from perfection, it was impossible to develop a higher power of thought from this root. This is the order in which everything is seen from the outside. It is a reversed order, but in the true order, everything is seen from within. In thought, it is the thought that determines the quality of action and not the other way around. And since thought is free, it has the freedom to aim for the highest principles that thus spontaneously reproduce in external actions, so that both thoughts and actions harmonize with the great eternal laws and become one purpose with the universal mind. Man realizes that he is no longer bound by the consequences of his past actions, made in the time of his ignorance. In fact, he has never been chained by them, except to the extent that he gave them power through false conceptions of truth. Thus, by recognizing himself as what he truly is, the expression of infinite spirit in individual personality, he discovers that he is free. that he participates in the divine nature without losing his identity, thus becoming more fully himself, with ever-increasing perfection, following a line of evolution whose possibilities are inexhaustible. But not all men have this knowledge. For the most part, they continue to consider God as an individual being external to themselves, and what the most educated man sees as a unity of spirit and an identity of nature seems, at least at an advanced stage, as an external reconciliation between opposed personalities. Hence arises the whole range of conceptions that can be described as the messianic idea. This idea is not, as some seem to suppose, an erroneous conception of the truth of being. On the contrary, when correctly understood, it is found to imply the broadest understanding of this truth. It is only from the platform of this supreme knowledge that an idea so vast in its adaptation to every class of mind could have been developed. It is the translation of relationships that stem from the deepest laws of being into terms that can be understood even by the most ignorant. A translation organized with such consummate skill that as the mind grows in spirituality, each step of progress encounters a corresponding unfolding of divine meaning. But even the most rudimentary understanding of the implicit idea is sufficient to provide the necessary basis for a complete renewal of man's thoughts about himself, thus giving him a foundation from which to think of himself as less bound by the law of retribution for past offenses, but as free to follow the new law of freedom as a son of God. The conception of man on the modus operandi of this emancipation may take the form of the coarsest anthropomorphism or the most childish notions of satisfying divine justice through vicarious substitution, but the operational result will be the same. Man has that which satisfies him as a basis for thinking of himself in a perfectly new light. And as the states of our subjective consciousness constitute the realities of our lives, providing him with a convincing basis to think himself free is to render him free with ever greater light. He may find that his initial explanation of the modus operandi was inadequate, but when he reaches this stage, deeper inquiry will show him that the great truth of his freedom rests on a foundation more solid than the conventional interpretation of traditional doctrines, and has its roots in the great law of nature, which cannot be doubted and can never be annulled. And precisely because all his action has its root in the immutable laws of the mind, there is a perpetual need to present to men something upon which they can base this change of mental attitude, by which they can only be saved from the fatal circle represented under the symbol of the old serpent. Hope and enlightened action of such a new principle have formed the substance of all religions in all ages, even if the ignorant worshippers misinterpreted it. Whatever our individual opinions on the historical facts of Christianity, we will find that the figure of liberated and perfected humanity that forms its center satisfies this desire of all nations in the sense that it exposes the great ideal of divine power intervening to save man by becoming one with him. This is the conception presented to us, whether we learn it in the most literal material sense or as the ideal presentation of the deepest and most philosophical study of mental laws, or in any variety of forms that we may combine these two extremes. The ultimate idea that imposes itself on the mind must always be the same, for there is a divine assurance for us to know ourselves as children of God and participants in the divine nature. And when we realize that there is a solid foundation for us to be created free by the force of this same belief, we become free. The appropriate result of the study of the laws of the Spirit, which constitute the inner side of things, is not the gratification of idle curiosity, nor the acquisition of abnormal powers, but the realization of our spiritual freedom, without which no other progress is possible. When we have reached this goal, the old things have passed away, and everything has become new. The mystical 7 days of the old creation are fulfilled, and the first day of the new week dawns upon us with its resurrection to a new life, expressing the highest plan, this great doctrine of the octave, that the science of the ancient temples traced through nature and which modern science adopts, though it ignores its supreme meaning. When we have freed ourselves by recognizing our unity with the infinite being, we have come to the end of the old series of sequences and obtained the starting point of the new. We discover that the old limitations never had an existence other than in our own misinterpretation of truth, and one by one they detach themselves as we advance towards clearer light. We discover that the vital spirit we sought is within ourselves, and having this as the center, our relationship with everything else becomes an integral part of a wonderful living order in which every part works in sympathy with the whole and the whole in sympathy with every part, a harmony vast as infinity, in which there are no limits except those imposed by the law of love. In this brief series of articles, I have attempted to briefly outline the main points of relationship between the spirit within us and in our environment. This subject has engaged the intelligence of humanity from ancient times to the present day, and no thinker can hope to understand it in all its breadth, but there are certain general principles that we all must grasp, no matter how much we specialize our studies in detail, and I have tried to indicate them, to the degree of success on which the listener must form his own opinion. However, the fact that he adheres firmly to this fundamental truth and the evolution of other truths from it are only a matter of time, for there is only one spirit, no matter how many of its manifestations, and the unity of the spirit is the bond of peace. Chapter 2. The Perversion of Truth. There is a very widespread recognition, which is expanding more and more every day, that there is some kind of hidden power somewhere that is within our reach in one way or another, which we can use. Ideas on this subject are very vague for most people, but they nevertheless take on a more and more defined form, and what seems to be forming with most of the public is knowledge of the power of suggestion. But none of us doubt the existence of the power of suggestion and its ability to produce great results, and it is by excellence a hidden power, which works behind the scenes, and therefore its activity is not immediately recognizable, nor the source from which it emanates. However, in some aspects it is useful and beneficial, but in others there is a source of danger, because such a power is obviously a power that can be used for good or evil. It is perfectly neutral in itself. Everything depends on the purpose for which it is used and the character of the people who use it. This recognition of the power of suggestion takes in many cases a very undesirable form, and I recommend your attention in this regard. In support of this observation, many examples of advertisements in certain types of magazines. Many of you must have seen many examples which offer, for a certain amount of money, the way to obtain personal influence, mental power, the power of suggestion, as very impudent advertisements for any use you might desire. Some even go so far as to provide details on the specific types of goals for which you can use this, all certainly uses that no one should even attempt. Therefore, this recognition of the power of suggestion, even as a mere power to earn money, let alone other misuse of it, is a trend that grasps, so to speak, certain sectors of the public who do not realize a higher platform in these matters. It is regrettable that it is so, but it is inevitable by the nature of things. It has a power that can be used positively and at the same time can be used negatively and can be used for lower purposes. Therefore, you will find a number of people who, as soon as they gain control, will immediately think only of the lowest objectives, not the higher ones. In support of what I am saying, although I suppose it is not at all a low application, but probably a high application, I cannot say that I agree with this, and to show you that I am speaking from actual facts, I will read you a note that I drew from the Daily Mail of January 20th, which I dare say some of you may have seen. It is an article titled "Killing by Prayer," and the article continues to say that a circular has been sent to various hospitals and other places where the study of vivisection is practiced for this purpose. In this circular, signed by the initials MC, the writer relates having accidentally heard of a person who used to pray from time to time for the death of one of our leading vivisectors, and each time the man for whom he prayed died. This is what MC accidentally heard during a conversation in a hotel. Then, reflecting on this, MC goes on to say that he or she tried praying for the man most inclined to cause suffering to innocent subjects by his experiments to be removed, and the consequence was that about 15 days later, one of our most eminent medical scientists passed away. I do not know who the scientist in question was, but I dare say some of you may know his name. However, this is what the Daily Mail tells us, and it also asserts that anti-vivisection societies were unanimous in condemning this circular, and rightly so. The sender of this circular, whoever it may be, obviously thought he was doing good work. Personally, I am not at all a friend of vivisection. I do not believe that anyone can have a real knowledge of the truth and remain in touch with it. But I certainly agree with the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals in condemning a circular like this. As you can see, there is the assumption that prayer or mental power can be used to remove someone from the scene of life, and MC claims to have done so in the case of this particular scientist. This reminds us of another parallel, almost historical, that of Dr. Anna Kingsford, which occurred perhaps about 40 years ago, and who claimed, of course, to be a strong opponent of vivisection. Through the power of thought, she caused the death of Claude Bernard, the great French scientist of vivisection. Certainly at the moment she ceased her efforts, he died, but on the other hand, it was observed that from that same date, when her own break began, it never ceased until she herself passed over. So you see that these actions are likely to rebound against the sender, even if they succeed. However, in these two cases, the ultimate goal was not selfish, but was supposed to be for the benefit of humanity. But that does not justify the means. The maxim, "the end justifies the means," is the greatest perversion of truth, and even more so if this hidden power, the power of suggestion, is used to harm someone for a more personal motive than in these cited cases. The lower the motive, the lower the action, and to suppose that because mental means are used, there is a difference in the nature of the act is a total error. Sometimes I have had the painful duty to sentence people to death for murder, and so I affirm having a very fair knowledge of the difference between murder and other cases where life is taken. Speaking from my judicial experience of many years and judging many cases involving the question of the death penalty, I have no doubt in saying that killing by mental means is a murder of the same gravity as killing by poison or knife. Legally, I would have no hesitation in hanging anyone who commits murder by mental suggestion. The psychological crime, remember, is an equal crime, perhaps even a crime in a too deep manner due to the increased knowledge that must accompany the act. I say that the psychological criminal is worse than the ordinary criminal. One of the teachings of the Master refers precisely to this point. I refer you to the miracle of the fig tree. You know he showed his power to kill, not a person, nor even an animal, but a tree. And when the disciples said to him, "See how the fig tree withered," he replied, "Well, you can do exactly the same thing." And he continues saying, "Nothing will be impossible for you. Therefore, if you can kill fig trees, you can kill people. But forgive if you have anything against anyone, so that your heavenly Father will forgive you." Indeed, now that you have seen that this occult power can be used for the destruction of life, assume the risks, use it in a way that is not like that of a divine power. Use it with prayer to God and with forgiveness for all those against whom you have any resentment or discomfort. And if its use is preceded in this manner, in accordance with the Master's instructions, then no one can use it to harm another, whether in spirit, body, or estate. Perhaps some of you are inclined to smile. We use the word witchcraft, but nowadays, under one name or another, scientific or semi-scientific, it is nothing other than the witchcraft of the old world trying to find its way among us in the form of occult power. Witchcraft is the inverted use of spiritual power. That is its definition, and I speak with authority. I refer you to the Bible, where you will find that witchcraft holds a prominent place among the things that exclude and deprive of the heavenly Jerusalem. The heavenly Jerusalem is not a city or citadel in this world or the next, but the perfect state of man. Therefore use witchcraft, and you cannot attain this heavenly state. That is why we find in the Apocalypse this wonderful description of two symbolic women representing two modes of the individual soul. Of course, they go beyond and indicate nationality, the evolution of the race, etc. Because all national movements, all racial evolutions, have their root in the development of the individual. A nation or race is only a collection of individuals, and therefore, if a principle spreads once from one individual to another, it spreads to the entire nation. It spreads to the entire race. Thus these two symbolic women, primarily represent two modes of the soul, two modes of thought. One of the women is clothed with the sun, standing with the moon under her feet and a crown of 12 stars on her head. The other is seated on an earthly throne, holding a golden cup full of abominations. These are the two women, and we know that one of them is called in Scripture Babylon. We know what one of the marks of this woman is. Remember that it signifies the type of individual. It is the mark of witchcraft, the mark of the inverted use of spiritual and mental powers. But what is the purpose of all this? The purpose is that this Babylon becomes the dwelling place of demons, the guard, or, as the original Greek text says, the prison of evil, an unclean spirit, the cage of every unclean bird. This is the development that occurs in each individual who tries to misuse this mental power. This misuse may start very small, as taught in a certain school that I am told exists in London, where sellers are trained in the use of magnetic power to deceive or coerce buyers unknowingly into purchasing what they desire. I am told such a school exists. I cannot vouch for it. It is a trivial matter. I go into a shop and spend 2 or 3 pieces to buy something that once I get home I find absolutely useless, and I say, "How on earth did I buy this rubbish?" Well, I must have been hypnotized to do so. I do not care much about it. But if the young man or young woman who hypnotized me, because it is the first step on the slippery slope, perhaps only a matter of 6 pieces, but it leads step by step, and unless this path is reversed, the end is Babylon. That is why St. John says, "I heard a voice from heaven saying, 'Come out of her, my people,' that is, from Babylon. 'Come out of her, my people,' that is, from this inverted way of using spiritual power. 'Come out of her, my people,' so that you do not participate in her sins and receive not of her plagues. Therefore, against this inverted use of occult power, I warn each one from the first day they begin to realize that there is such a thing as mental or spiritual power that can be exercised upon others. We should then be continually terrified at the thought of suffering from malign magnetism, fearing that an enemy from here or there might use this occult power against us. If that is the case, we should be constantly worried. No, I do not believe there is the slightest reason to be afraid in this manner. To begin with, relatively few people know enough about the law of suggestion to use it, whether affirmatively or negatively. And those who know enough to use it, I am convinced that most would want to use it with all possible kindness and benefit for the person concerned. I am sure this is the attitude of 9/10ths, or perhaps I should say 99/100ths of the students in this field. They want to do good and consider the use of their mental power as an additional means of doing good. But after all, human nature is human nature, and there remains a small minority who can and want to use this occult power harmfully and for their own ends. Now, how shall we deal with this minority? The answer is simple. Just see them in their true light. See them as they really are. That is to say, individuals who misunderstand the true spiritual power. They believe they have it, but they do not. That's it, see them in their true light and their power will disappear. The real and ultimate power is that of affirmation. The negative is destructive, the affirmative is constructive. Thus, this negative use of occult power must be destroyed by the use of the affirmative, the constructive power. The affirmative destroys the negative, always, in a constructive manner. It is not by attacking, rushing at it like a bull in a china shop, but by building life. It is always a constructive power. It builds life and more life. And when this life reaches the last affirmative position, it is conscious union with the source of life. Realize this, and you no longer have to worry about negative action. The negative seeks conscious union with the last, the first cause, which is the starting point of all things, whether in the universe or in yourself as an individual. This starting point is always present. It is the same yesterday, today, and forever. You are the world and the universe in miniature, and it is always there, working within you. And if you recognize it, remember the reciprocity between you and this truly occult power. The power of suggestion is an occult power, but the power that creates all things is the occult power that is the foundation of all things. Now, understand that you yourselves are, and you no longer have to worry about the negative. This is the biblical teaching concerning Christ, and this teaching aims to achieve this personal conscious union with the divine creative spirit of all, as a living power present to be used daily. The Bible tells us that there is the mystery of iniquity, that is, the mystery of spiritual power used in reverse, used from a diabolical point of view. And when the Bible speaks of the mystery of iniquity, it means the following. It tells us that there are powers and principalities in the invisible world that use precisely these same methods on a large scale. Because remember one thing, there is never any deviation anywhere in the universe from the universal rule of the law. What is law on earth is law in heaven, law in hell, law in the invisible, and law in the visible. It never changes. What any spiritual power does, whether good or bad, is done through the mental constitution you have. No power alters the law of your own mind, but a power that knows the law of your mind can use it. Therefore, it is essential that you know the law of your own mind and realize your continuing enemy to suggestion. That is why the most important thing is to obtain a standard for suggestion, fundamental, immutable, and sufficient, on which you can always rely. And let this be automatically impressed upon your subconscious mind in such a profound way that nothing can ever take its place, and this is the mystery of Christ, the Son of God. That is why we speak of the mystery of Christ, the mystery of piety, in opposition to the mystery of iniquity. Thus, it is the mystery of the divine, as the mystery of the diabolical, seeking to act through you, and can only act through you by the law of your own mental constitution. That is, by the law of the subconscious mind that acts and reacts on your conscious mind and on your body, and thus on your circumstances. The mystery of Christ is not a mere ecclesiastical fiction. People have distorted it and made it unclear by trying to explain what was not sufficiently known at the time. What they were trying to explain was unknown at the time, compared to what is now commonly known about the laws of the mind. But now that this light has come, we begin to see that the biblical teaching concerning Christ has a deep and meaningful sense. And for these reasons, St. Paul said to the Corinthians, "Little children, I am in labor again until Christ is formed in you." Therefore he speaks of Christ in you, the hope of glory, which means the conception of Christ, the realization of the principle of Christ as exhibited in the person of Christ, putting you in contact with him personally, in the universal spirit, the divine creative spirit, the primal animating force of the universe. So, you see, by becoming aware of this as your fundamental fact, it is continually impressed upon your subconscious mind, even when you are not consciously thinking about it, because that is the action of the subconscious mind, to assimilate, reason, and argue deductively about things on which you are not consciously thinking at that moment. Therefore, the realization of this great promise of redemption, which is the backbone of the Bible, from the first chapter of Genesis to the last of Revelation, is like a scientific law. It is not a matter of magical formulas, it is not something that has been arranged in this way and could have been arranged. Otherwise, it is not the case because an arbitrary authority ordained it, or that authority could have ordained it differently. It is not the case because the more you examine it, the more you will see that it is absolutely scientific. It is based on the natural constitution of the human mind, and that is why Christ, as presented in the Bible, whether in the symbolism of the Old Testament or in the personality of the New Testament, is the fulfillment of the law, in the sense of specializing to the highest degree what is common to all humanity. As we become aware of this and specialize it more and more, we will rise to an ever higher relationship and increased consciousness of the reciprocal identity of life with universal power, which will elevate us above any possibility of being affected by any malicious suggestion whatsoever. If someone shows us such ill will and is unfortunately ignorant of spiritual truth, to the point of attempting to exercise the power of malicious suggestion against us, I pity the person who tries to do so. They would gain nothing with it, because they are shooting peas with a pea shooter against a battleship, that's what it means. But for themselves it means something more. It is true, the saying that curses come home to roost. I think if we study these things and consider that there is a reason for them, we need not be alarmed in the slightest about negative suggestion or malicious magnetism, to be placed under the power of other spirits, to be overcome in any way, to be stripped of our property, to be injured in our health, or to be harmed in our circumstances, etc. Of course, if you open yourself to such things, and you will receive them, knock, and it will be opened unto you. That is why Scripture says, "He that breaks the wall, a serpent shall bite him." It is the serpent of which some of us know something. It is our old enemy, Nahash. Some of you, in any case, are sufficiently trained in the internal sciences to know the serpent Nahash. Breaking the wall means conscious control of your own mind, and above all the wall of divine love and wisdom with which God will surround you in the personality of His Son. Break this wall, and of course, you are trained. But if you maintain your wall, and remember that the old Hebrew tradition always speaks of divine law as the wall, if you maintain your wall intact, nothing can enter except by the door. Christ said, "I am the door, and if anyone enters through me, he will be saved." I spoke of the two great mysteries, that of piety and that of iniquity, the mystery of Christ and the mystery of the Antichrist. Now, it is not necessary to understand these mysteries in their entirety to position oneself correctly. If it were necessary to fully understand these mysteries to move away from one to enter into the other, I think, we would all have a rare chance. I, in any case, would have it. I can only touch the fringes of these things, but we can realize the principle of the affirmative and the principle of the negative underlying both. One is the mystery of light, the other the mystery of darkness. I am not saying not to study these mysteries. They are exactly what we must study. But do not think that you remain in a state of danger until you have fully understood the mystery even a little. You can move to the good side without fully understanding the whole affair, in the same way that you travel by railway without understanding the mechanism of the machine that transports you. So we have these two mysteries, that of light and that of darkness, and so what we must do is to exercise our will to receive the mystery of light, and then it will make itself a center in our own hearts and beings, and you will become aware of that center. Whether you understand it or not, you will become aware of it. And then, from this center of light within yourself, you can begin everything in your life, whether spiritual or temporal. You do not have to go back further. You do not have to analyze the why and how of these things. To reach your starting point, this might interest you at first, then it might strengthen you. But for a practical starting point, you must realize the divine presence within you, which is the Son of God manifested in you, which is the divine principle of personality speaking within you. Thus, having realized this as your center, you carry with you the affirmative power of everything created through everything you do and everything you are. Day and night, it will be there to protect you, guide you, and assist you, and when you desire it, you can consciously solicit it, and it will give you assistance. And because you take this as your starting point, it will manifest in all your conditions, because remember, it is a very simple logical law that whatever you start with will manifest throughout the entire sequence that follows. Thus, if you begin with the affirmative foundation, the sole starting power of the divine mind, not by descending it further into the stream, but by going to the head of the source, this affirmative principle of life will flow everywhere, showing its own quality to the tips of your fingers and beyond, to all the jurisdictions you have. Therefore, the divine presence will continually be with you, not as a result of your adherence to any particular church, following any idea or master, but because you know the truth for yourself and have become aware of it as a living experience in your own mind and heart. And that is why this personal recognition of divine love, wisdom, and power is what St. Paul calls Christ in you, the hope of glory. Anyone who recognizes this is the one who meets the biblical description of a true Israelite. The word Israelite in the Bible is a symbolic word in a deeply profound manner and carries immense meaning. Therefore, grasp this recognition as the factual truth that each of you is a true Israelite. If that is the case, be perfectly content with the eternal declaration that is as true now as it was on the day it was spoken. There is no divination nor sorcery against Israel. Often we do not sufficiently recognize the truth of the concise phrase, the world within man. I am not entirely contained between my hat and my boots, and we forget the dual nature of I am, which is both the manifested and the unmanifested, the universal and the individual. By losing sight of this truth, we enclose ourselves within limits, seeing only a part of I, and then we are surprised that only this part does not do all the work. Factors appear with which we had not counted, and we wonder where they come from, not understanding that they necessarily arise from that great unity in which we are all included. It is the great intelligence and liveliness of the universal mind that continuously urges towards its manifestation in a glorious humanity. This must be accomplished by each individual's recognition of their power to cooperate with the supreme principle through an intelligent conception of their purpose and the natural laws by which that same purpose is achieved. Such recognition can only stem from the realization that this same is none other than the universal principle in particular manifestation. When you see this, see that what Walt Whitman says is true, and that your source of intelligence, power, and purpose is in this universal being that belongs to you as much as to another, simply because it is universal and thus fully and completely identified with itself, as if there were no other expression of it in the world. The understanding that alone gives value to knowledge is the understanding that when we employ the formula, I am, therefore I will, the I am with which the series begins is the being who, so to speak, has its head in heaven and its feet on earth, a perfect unity with a range of ideas that far transcend the petty ideas limited by the demands of a day, an hour. On the other hand, the requirements of the day and the hour are real as long as they last, and how the manifested life can only be lived in the present moment, whether it be today or in 10,000 years. Our necessity is therefore to harmonize life in expression with the life of purposes, and in realizing within us the source of the highest purposes, it is possible to realize also the life of expression in a more complete manner. This is the meaning of prayer. Prayer is not a foolish search to change the mind of supreme wisdom, but it is an intelligent search to embody that wisdom in our thoughts, to express it more and more perfectly each time. By expressing ourselves thus, as we gradually grow in the discovery of this inspiring presence within ourselves and the realization of its forward movement as the ultimate determining factor of all true mental action, it will become second nature to us. With all our plans, even the most trivial in appearance, floating on the underground current of this universal intelligence in great harmony, any discordant manifestation will disappear from our lives, and we will find ourselves increasingly masters of all things, in forms we desire, because we have learned to command the mind and make it obedient, certainly not because if the blind lead the blind, both will fall into the ditch, but because we are companions of the Spirit, and through continuous and growing intimacy, we have changed not the Spirit but ours, and we have learned to think from a higher standpoint, in which we see that the ancient adage, know thyself, includes knowledge of everything we mean when we speak of God. I am is one. It may seem a very elementary proposition, but it is something we tend to lose sight of. What it means is everything, but what interests us most is what it means in relation to us and for each of us personally. It means we do not have two minds, one which is me and another which is other. It means there is no great unknown power outside of me that could act for reasons entirely different from mine and thus oppose me with irresistible force, and it will pass over me, leaving me crushed and broken like the devotee on whom the chariot of Jagannath rolled. It means there is only one thought, one motive, one power, the two opposing, and that my conscious thought in all its movements is simply the single thought expressing itself. Not only through my own individuality, but there are no two Joyces, but one I am. Therefore, all that I can conceive is the great original and supporting vital principle of the universe as poor, weak, sordid, miserable, jealous, angry, anxious, insecure, or in any other way limited. We know it's impossible. So, as I am one, it is also false for ourselves. First, learn to distinguish the true self, that you are from the mental and physical processes it launches as instruments of its expression. Then, learn that this self controls these instruments and not the reverse. As we progress in this knowledge, we know we are limitless, and in the miniature world we are centers of, we are the same overflow of joyful vitality, and this spirit of life is in the great whole. I am one. Chapter 4. Affirmative power. And to fully understand the true nature of affirmative power is to possess the key to the great secret. We feel its presence in all the countless forms of life around us, and we feel it as life within ourselves. And finally, one day, the truth bursts upon us like a revelation, where we can manipulate this power, this life, through the process of thought. And as soon as we see this, the importance of regulating our thought begins to arise within us. We wonder what this thought process is, and then we discover that it is to think the affirmative force into forms that are the product of our own thought. We mentally envision the form, then we think life into it. This must always be the nature of the creative process at any scale, whether at the grand scale of universal cosmic thought or at the miniature scale of individual thought. We can conceive the mental machinery by which this is done in the way that best satisfies our intellect, and the satisfaction of the intellect at this stage is a powerful factor in giving us that confidence in our mental action without which we can accomplish nothing. But actual manifestation is the result of something more powerful than mere intellectual apprehension. It is the result of that internal mental state which, lacking a better word, we may call our emotional conception of ourselves. It is the self we feel to be taking shape of our own creation. For this reason, our thought must be based upon knowledge in such a manner that we feel its truth, and thus we can produce within ourselves that mental state of feeling which corresponds to the condition we desire to externalize. We cannot think the manifestation of a type of life different from that which we realize within ourselves. As Horace Mann said, "Once is not customary." We cannot give what we do not have, and on the other hand, we can never cease creating forms of any kind by our mental activity in thinking life into them. It is necessary to keep this in mind. We cannot remain inactive without producing anything. The mental machinery will continue to produce some kind of work, and it is up to us to determine what kind it will be. In our total ignorance or imperfect understanding of this, we create negative forms and think life into them. We create forms of death, disease, sadness, problems and limitations of all kinds, and then think life into these forms, with the result that even though they do not exist in themselves to us, they become realities and cast their shadow across what would otherwise be bright, with the multicolored beauties of countless flowers and the glory of sunlight. This is unnecessary. It is giving negativity an affirmative force that does not belong to it. Consider what is meant by negative. It is the absence of something. It is non-being, and it is the absence of all that constitutes being. Left to itself, it remains in its own nothingness and assumes form and activity only when we give them to it with our thought. Therefore, this is the great reason. For practicing control over our thought, it is the only instrument that works, but it is an instrument that works with the greatest certainty for limitation, if we think limitation, for expansion, if we think expansion. Our thought as feeling is the magnet that attracts to us the conditions that exactly correspond to it. This is what is meant by the saying that thoughts are things. But you will say, how can I think differently from circumstances? Certainly it is not necessary to say that circumstances in the present moment are what they are not. To say so would be false. But what is wanted is not to think from the standpoint of circumstances at all. Think from that inner standpoint where there are no circumstances, and from which you can dictate what circumstances must be, and then let circumstances work themselves out. Do not think of this or that, or of particular circumstances of health, peace, etc., but of health, peace, and prosperity themselves. Here is a personal announcement, and think of money. Those who make much money, think of money. This is a statement perfectly out of the power of thought, although it is only an announcement. But we can take a step forward beyond thinking of money. We can think of life in all its fullness, with that perfect harmony of conditions that includes all we need of money, and 1,000 other good things for which money is the symbol of exchangeable value, while others cannot be estimated by so material a standard. Therefore, think of life, illumination, harmony, prosperity, happiness. Think of things beyond who is or that condition of themselves, and then, by the sure operation of the universal law, These things will shape themselves in forms that best suit your particular case and will enter into your life as active and living forces that will never leave you, for you know they are part and parcel of your own being. There are two types of submission: submission to a higher force and submission to a higher truth. One is weakness, and the other is strength. It is an extremely important part of our education to learn to distinguish between these two types, even more so because the wrong type is exalted by almost all popular religious teaching schools today, as if it constituted the highest degree of human achievement. Some even make it an instrument of real oppression, and for others it is a source of weakness and an obstacle to progress. We are forbidden to question what are called the wise dispensations of providence, and we are told that pain and sorrow must be accepted because they are God's will, and much is said and written about the beauty of quiet resignation, all of which appeals to a certain type of gentle spirits who have not yet learned that gentleness does not reside in the absence of power, but in the kindly and benevolent use of it. Spirits molded in this fashion are particularly inclined to be deceived. They perceive a certain beauty in the image of weakness, supported by strength, but attribute their soothing influence to the wrong part of the combination. A thoughtful analysis would show them that their feelings consist of compassion for the weak figure and admiration for the strong one, and that the suggestion of the whole is due to satisfying the artistic sense of balance, which demands such compensation. But which of the two figures in the picture would they themselves prefer to be? Surely not the weak one in need of help, but the strong one who gives of themselves. The weak figure evokes only compassion and not our admiration. Its form may be beautiful, but its beauty only reinforces the sense of what is lacking, and what is lacking is strength. The attraction that the doctrine of passive resignation holds for certain spirits rests on an appeal to a sentiment that is accepted without suspecting that the sentiment appealed to is false. Now, the beneficial influence of the movement known as higher thought consists precisely in this. It aims to rigorously combat this weakening doctrine of submission. You may also see, as others do, the beauty of weakness supported by strength, but you see that the true source of beauty lies in the strong element of the combination. True beauty resides in the power to confer strength, and this power is not gained through submission, but through the exact opposite method of continually affirming our determination not to submit. Of course, if we assume that all pain, disease, suffering, problems, and other adversities in the world are expressions of God's will, then, undoubtedly, we must resign ourselves to the inevitable with all the submission we can muster, and console ourselves with the vague hope that somehow, in a distant future, we will discover that good is the ultimate aim of evil. Even this vague hope is a protest against the very submission we strive to exercise. But to assume that evil in life is God's will is to assume what careful and intelligent study of the laws of the universe, both mental and physical, will show us is not the truth. Consulting the book containing the most complete description of these universal laws, we will find nothing taught more clearly than that submission to the evils of life does not consist in submission to God's will. We are told that Christ was manifested for this purpose, to destroy the one who has the power of death, that is, death itself. Death is the very culmination of the negative. It is the total absence of everything that makes life and everything that will diminish the living quality of life. It reproduces in its degree the distinctive quality of that supreme exhibition of the negative. Anything that tends to diminish the fullness of life possesses this deadly quality. In this completely renewed life symbolized under the emblem of the New Jerusalem, we are told that pain and sighing will disappear, and the inhabitant will not say, "I am sick." Nothing that obscures life or restricts it can come from the same source as the power that gives light to those in darkness and liberation to those who are bound. Negation can never be an affirmation, and the error against which we must always guard is that of attributing positive power to the negative. If we understand the truth that God is life, and that life in any mode of expression cannot be anything other than an affirmation, then it must be clear to us that nothing contrary to this tendency can be in accordance with God's will. If God, the good, wanted some of the evils that exist in the world, life would act with the aim of diminishing itself, which is contradictory to the very idea of life. God is life, and life is by nature affirmative. The submission we have practiced so far has been to our own weakness, ignorance, and fear, and not to the supreme good. But are we never called to submission in any circumstance? We must always have our own path in everything. Certainly, the entire secret of our progression towards freedom lies in acquiring the habit of submission, but it is submission to a higher truth and not to a higher force. Sometimes, when we attain a higher truth, we discover that its reception demands us to reorganize the truths we previously held. Indeed, we must not set aside any of them. Well, once truth is recognized, it can no longer be lost sight of, but is acknowledged in a relative proportion different from what we had seen before. Then there occurs a submission of what has so far been our highest truth to another that we recognize as higher. A process not always easy to achieve, but which must be traversed if we do not wish to halt our spiritual development. The lesser degree of life must be absorbed by the greater, and for this, it is necessary that we learn that the lesser degree was only a partial and limited aspect of what is more universal, stronger, and more constructively developed in all senses. In going through the processes of spiritual growth, there is a great deal of this training in self-knowledge and self-control, commonly understood by the word submission, but the character of the act is materially altered. It is no longer a half-desperate resignation before a superior force external to us that we can only hope will act kindly and wisely, but an intelligent recognition of the true nature of our own inner forces and the laws by which a robust spiritual constitution must develop. And submission is no longer to the limitations that deprive life of its liveliness and against which we instinctively rebel, but to the law of our own evolution that manifests in continually increasing degrees of life and strength. The submission we recognize is the price to be paid for advancement in any direction, even in the marketplace of money. We must invest before realizing profits. It is a universal rule that nature obeys us exactly to the extent that we obey it first. And this is as true for spiritual science as it is for physics. The only question is whether we will render ignorant submission to the principle of death or joyful and intelligent obedience to the principle of life. If we have clearly grasped the fact of our identity with the universal spirit, we will find that there is no submission in the right direction. Submission is to the power of another. One cannot say that man submits to himself when the I am in us recognizes a higher degree of I am than that attained so far. Then, by the very force of this recognition, he becomes what he sees and naturally repels from him everything that would limit the expression of his own fullness. But this is a natural process of growth and not an unnatural act of submission. It is not a reversal of ourselves into weakness, but a gathering of ourselves into increasing strength. There is no weakness in spirit, all is strength. And thus we must always be alert to the insidious approaches of the negative that would seek to reverse the true position. The negative always points to an external source of strength. Its formula is, I am not. It always seeks to establish an abyss between us and infinite abundance. It always wants to make us believe that this abundance is not ours, but that by an uncertain act of favor, we can receive occasional drops of it. The teaching of Christ is different. We do not need to go with our jug to the well to draw water like the Samaritan woman, but we have within ourselves an inexhaustible source of living water springing up for eternal life. So let us write, "Do not give up," in bold letters on our flag, and move forward without hesitation to claim our rightful heritage of freedom and life. Chapter 6. Competence. One point on which mental science students often do not emphasize enough is the completeness of man. It is not a completeness to be achieved in the future, but here and now. We are so accustomed to being taught the imperfection of man in books, sermons, and hymns, and especially in a mistaken interpretation of the Bible, that the principle, the idea of his completeness, completely baffles us. However, as long as we do not see this, we must be excluded from what mental science can offer us, both in terms of philosophy and practical achievements. To succeed in any work, you must believe that you are a complete man. For him, The completed work is the outward image of a corresponding fullness within yourself. And if this is true for one work, it is true for all. The difference in the importance of the work does not matter. We cannot successfully undertake a work until, for one reason or another, we believe that we are capable of accomplishing it. In other words, until we believe that there is no condition lacking in us for its realization, and therefore we are complete for it. The recognition of our completeness is therefore the measure of what we are capable of doing, and hence the crucial importance of knowing the fact of our own completeness. But one may wonder, do we not see imperfection around us? Is there not pain, disease, and problems? But precisely for the reason that we do not realize our completeness. If we were to realize that in its completeness, these things would not exist, and as we become conscious of this, we find them constantly diminishing. Now, if we truly understand the two fundamental truths that spirit is simple and pure life, and that external things are the result of inner forces, then it should not be difficult to see why we must be complete. Because to assume otherwise is to suppose that the reactive power of the universe cannot or does not want to produce the complete expression of its own intention in the creation of man. The fact that it cannot do so would displace it from its place as a creative principle, and the fact that it does not want to fulfill its own intention is a contradiction in terms. Therefore, in both cases, we end up with a reduction to absurdity. So in the formation of man, the creative principle must have produced a perfect work, and our conception of ourselves as imperfect can only be the result of our own ignorance of what we truly are. And thus our progress consists not in adding something new, but in learning to set in motion powers that already exist within us, but which we have never tried to use, and therefore have not developed. Simply because we have always assumed that we are naturally defective in some of the most important faculties needed to adapt to our environment. If we desire to attain these great powers, the question is, where should we seek them? And the answer is within ourselves. This is the great secret. We must not go outside ourselves to seek power. As soon as we do, we find not power, but weakness. Seeking strength from any external source is affirming our weakness, and we all know what must naturally result from such an affirmation. We are complete in ourselves, and the reason we do not realize this is that we do not understand the extent of our self. We know that the whole of anything consists of all its parts, and not just some of them. Yet this is precisely what we seem not to know about ourselves. We rightly say that each person is a concentration of universal spirit in individual consciousness. But if this is the case, then every individual consciousness must find that universal spirit is the infinite expression of oneself. It is this part of ourselves that we so often leave out in our estimation of what we are, and consequently, we perceive ourselves as crawling dwarfs when we could regard ourselves as archangels. We try to work with mere shadows of ourselves instead of with glorious substance, and then we wonder at our failures. If we understood that our half is all the infinity of the spirit that creates and sustains the universe, then we would know how complete our fullness is. As we approach this conception, our completeness becomes a reality for us, and we discover that we do not need to go outside ourselves for anything. We just need to turn to that part of ourselves that is infinite to accomplish any intention we can form in our individual consciousness, because there is no barrier between the two parts. Otherwise they would not be a whole. Each perfectly belongs to the other, and both are one. There is no antagonism between them, as infinite life cannot have any interest against the individualization of oneself. If we feel tension, it is because we do not fully realize this conception of our own wholeness. We place a barrier somewhere when in reality there is none, and the tension will persist until we discover where and how we place this barrier and remove it. This feeling of tension is the sensation that we are not using our entire being. We try to make half work instead of the whole, but we cannot rid ourselves of our entirety. Therefore, the whole protests against our attempts to pit one half against the other. But when we realize that our concentration outside the infinite also involves our expansion into it, we will see that our entire being includes both concentration and expansion. By first seeing this intellectually, We will gradually learn to use our knowledge in practice and to put our entire being at the service of everything we hold in our hands. We will discover that there is in us a constant action and reaction between the infinite and the individual, like the circulation of blood from the heart to the extremities and vice versa. A constant pulsation of vital energy, very natural and free of any attention and effort. This is the great secret of the experience of life, and it is called by many names and presented under many symbols in various religions and philosophies, each valuable insofar as it brings us closer to the realization of this perfect wholeness. But the thing itself is life, and therefore it can only be described by no word or symbol. It is a matter of personal experience that no one can convey to another. All we can do is indicate the direction in which to seek this experience and explain to others the intellectual arguments that have helped us understand it. But the experience itself is the operation of defined vital functions of the inner being, and no one but ourselves can live our life for us. But to the extent that it is possible to express these things in words, what must be the result of realizing that the self in us includes both the infinite and the individual? All the resources of the infinite must be at our disposal. We can draw from it as we please, and there is no limit other than that imposed by the law of kindness, a self-imposed limitation that, being self-imposed, is not servitude, but merely another expression of our freedom. Thus, we are free, and all limitations are eliminated. We are no longer ignorant, for as the self in us includes the infinite, we can extract all the necessary knowledge from it, and even if we are not always able to express this knowledge in mentality, we will feel its guidance, and eventually mentality will also learn to formulate it in words. By combining thus thought and experience, theory and practice, we will gradually attain knowledge of the law of our being, and we will discover that there is no place for fear, for it is the law of perfect freedom. And knowing what our entire being truly is, we will walk upright as free men and women, radiating light and life wherever we go. For we realize that we are an affirmative whole, and not merely a negative disintegration of parts. We know that our entire being includes this greater man, who is behind the phenomenal man and its cause, and this greater man is the true human principle within us. Therefore he is universal in his sympathies, but at the same time not individually ours. Thus the true man within us, being both universal and individual, can be trusted as a safe guide. It is this thinker who is behind conscious mentality, and if we accept him as our center and realize that he is not a separate entity but ourselves, we will rise to every occasion, and he will liberate us from a condition of servitude to lead us to the glorious freedom of the children of God. Chapter 7. The Principle of Orientation. If I were asked what is the first of all spiritual principles, I would be inclined to say that the principle of guidance, not in the sense of being more essential than the others, for each part is equally essential to the existence of a perfect whole, but in the sense of being first in the sequence order and giving value to all our other powers by placing them in their right relationship with each other. I say giving value to our other powers because this one is also one of our powers. It is that which, from the standpoint of personal self-consciousness, is above us, but realized from the standpoint of the unity of all spirit, is part of ourselves, for it is this infinite intelligence that necessarily identifies with all its manifestations. Considering this infinite intelligence as a higher intelligence from which we can receive guidance, therefore does not involve looking to an external source. On the contrary, it is looking to the most intimate source of our own being, with a confidence in its action that enables us to proceed in the execution of our plans with a firmness and assurance that are in themselves the guarantee of our success. The action of the spiritual principles within us follows the order that we impose on them by our thoughts. Therefore, the order of realization will produce the order of desire, and if we take care of this first principle of correct order and guidance, we will find that we begin to activate other great powers that are currently latent within us, without knowing how to use them correctly, which would be a very dangerous condition, as without worthy objects for these powers we awaken. We squander and use them in petty purposes, dictated only by the limited scope of our unenlightened intellect. This is why ancient wisdom says, "With all your knowledge, acquire understanding." The awakening to consciousness of our mysterious inner powers will occur sooner or later and will lead us to use them, whether we understand the law of their development or not, just as we already use our physical faculties, whether we understand their laws or not. Inner faculties are as natural as outer faculties. We can direct their use by knowledge of their laws, and it is therefore of the utmost importance to have a solid principle of guidance in the use of these higher faculties as they begin to manifest. Therefore, if we wish to safely and profitably take possession of the great inheritance of power opening before us, we must first of all seek to realize in ourselves this higher intelligence, which will become an infallible principle of guidance if we recognize it as such. Everything depends on our knowledge. Thoughts are things, and so, as we want our thoughts to be, so will the thing be if we want to use the infinite mind as the guiding spirit. We will find that the fact of that we desired. In unto there are certain schools of Eastern thought, as well as various Western derivatives thereof, which are entirely based on the principle of annihilating all desire to reach that point where, desiring nothing, one finds oneself free. This is the sum and substance of their teachings. To support this, they present a great deal of densely packed arguments, all the more likely to ensnare the unwary because they contain recognition of many deeper truths of nature. But we must bear in mind that it is possible to have a very profound knowledge of psychological facts and at the same time exhaust the results of our knowledge by a completely erroneous suspension of the law that connects these facts within the universal system, and the disastrous results of misunderstanding in a vital matter are so radical and powerful that we cannot emphasize too much the need to clearly understand the true nature of the point in question, stripped of all accessories and ornaments. The question resolves itself into this: we will choose life or death. There can be no compromise between the two, and everything chosen as a guiding principle must produce a result proper to itself. All this transcendental question revolves around the place we assign to desire in our system of thought. Is it the tree of life in the midst of the soul's garden, or is it the vine tree that creates a desert of death around it? This is the question upon which we must form a judgment, and this judgment must color our entire conception of life and determine the entire range of our possibilities. Let us try to imagine the ideal proposed by the systems I have alluded to, a man who has succeeded in completely annihilating all desire, where all things are equal, good and evil are like one, for nothing has the power to elicit any desire in him. He no longer has any feeling that prompts him to say, "This is good, so I choose it. That is bad, so I reject it." Because every choice implies the perception of something more desirable in what is chosen than in what is rejected. And therefore the existence of this feeling of desire has been completely eliminated from the ideal we contemplate. So, if the perception of everything that makes one thing preferable to another has been erased, there can be no reason for any kind of action. If a being who has thus extinguished his faculty of desiring has been granted the power to create a universe, he will have no reason to use that power or knowledge, for as desire has no place within him, he has no purpose for which to use his knowledge, and we cannot give him love, for love is desire in its supreme degree. But if all this is excluded, what remains of man? Nothing more than the mere outward form. If he has truly attained this ideal, he has practically ceased to exist. Nothing can interest him, for there is nothing that attracts or reveals more in one thing than in another. He must be dead to both feeling and motive for action, as both feeling and action involve a preference for one condition over another, and where desire is completely extinguished, such a preference cannot exist. Without a doubt, someone may object that only bad desires should be suppressed, but a reading of the writings of the schools of thought in question will show that this is not the case. The foundation of the entire system is that all desire must be erased. The desire for good as much as the desire for evil. Good is as illusory as evil, and until we have reached a total indifference towards both, we have not attained freedom. When we have completely crushed all this, we will be free. and the practical results of such a philosophy manifest in the case of Indian devotees who, as part of their resolution to crush all desire, both for good and evil, become nothing more than outward images of men, whose power of perception and action has long since departed. The merging they aspire to turns into nothing more than a self-induced hypnosis, which, if maintained long enough, exhausts all power of mental and bodily activity, leaving only the attenuated outward shell of a once living man. This is the logical result of a system that starts from the premise that desire is inherently bad, that all desire is in itself a form of slavery, regardless of the nature of its object. Most adherents of this philosophy may lack the necessary resolve to rigorously carry it to its practical conclusions, but whether their ideal is realized in this world or another, the total extinction of desire means nothing other than absolute apathy, devoid of feeling, devoid of action. The simple fact that there is something proves the falseness of this idea, not only from the standpoint of our daily life, but also from the most transcendent conception of the universal principle. If the highest ideal is absolute apathy, then the creative power of the universe must be extremely low, and everything we have been accustomed to consider so far as the wonderful order and beauty of creation is nothing more than a demonstration of the vulgarity and ignorance of a healthy philosophy. But the fact that creation exists proves that the universal mind thinks differently, and we need only look around us to see that the true ideal is the exercise of creative power. Thus, far from being something to annihilate, desire is the very root of every conceivable form of life. Without it, life could not be. Every mode of expression involves the selection of what serves to constitute that form and the rejection of what is unnecessary to that end. This is why the desire for what is chosen with preference or what is left aside is the very law of universal attraction, whether this law operates as in the chemical affinity of seemingly unconscious atoms or in the instinctive, though irrational, attractions of the plant and animal worlds. It remains the principle of selective affinity, and it remains the same when it passes to the higher realms governed by reason and conscious purpose. The modes of activity in each of these realms are dictated by the nature of the realm, but the activity itself always results from the preference of a particular subject for a particular object, excluding all others. And every action consists of a reciprocal movement of the two towards each other in obedience to the law of their affinity. When this occurs in the realm of conscious individuality, affinities manifest as mental action, but the principle of selection prevails universally. In conscious mind, this attraction towards its affinity becomes desire, the desire to create a better condition than currently exists. Our lack of knowledge cannot deceive us about what this better condition truly is, and thus in attempting to realize our desire, we may misdirect it. But the fault lies not in desire itself, but in our mistaken notion of what it requires for its satisfaction. This is why there is agitation and dissatisfaction until we find its true affinity. But as soon as this is discovered, the law of attraction immediately asserts itself and produces that better condition whose dream initially gave direction to our thoughts. Thus, it is eternally true that desire is the cause of all feeling and action, in other words, of all life. The entire experience of life consists of receiving or radiating vibrations produced by the law of attraction, and in the realm of spirit, these vibrations necessarily transform into conscious emanations of the mind in the direction where it feels attraction. That is, they transform into desires. Therefore, desire is the mind seeking to manifest itself in a form that exists only in its thought. This is the principle of creation. Whether the created thing is a world or a wooden spoon, both originate from the desire to bring into existence something that does not yet exist. Whatever scale we exercise our creative ability on, the driving force must always be desire. Desire is the force behind all things. It is the motivating principle of the universe and the innermost center of all life. Therefore, to take the negation of desire as our first principle is to attempt to eradicate life itself. What we must do instead is acquire the necessary knowledge to guide our desires towards their true objectives of satisfaction. Doing so is the sole purpose of knowledge, and any knowledge applied otherwise is merely partial knowledge that, having failed in its purpose, is nothing more than ignorance. Thus, desire is the sum total of life's experience, for therein lies the origin of all movement, whether on the physical or spiritual plane. In short, desire is the creative force, and everything must be carefully monitored, trained, and directed accordingly. But striving to develop it to the highest perfection is the opposite of seeking to directly kill it, and desire correlates with realization. Desire and its realization are linked as cause and effect, and when we become aware of the law of their sequence, we are more than ever impressed by the supreme importance of desire as the great center of life. Chapter 9. Touch lightly where our fulcrum is, within ourselves or outside of us. Are we self-stable, or does our balance depend on something external? According to the true belief that shapes our response to these questions, so will our life be. In all things there are two parts, the essential and the accessory, the core and the reason for the whole, and that which clusters around this core and takes form from it. True knowledge always lies in distinguishing these two parts, and error always lies in confusing them. In all our affairs, there are two factors, ourselves and the subject at hand, and as for us, the nature of everything is always determined by our thought about it. This is entirely a question of our belief as to which of these two factors will be essential and which will be accessory. The accessory can never be absent for any action to occur. There must be certain conditions under which activity transforms into visible results, but the same type of activity can occur under a variety of different conditions and therefore can produce very different visible results. Thus, in every matter we will always find an essential or energetic factor and an incidental factor, which derives its quality from the nature of the energy. Therefore, we can never escape having to select our essential factor and our incidental factor, and whichever we choose as essential places the other in an incidental position. If then we commit the error of reversing the true position and suppose that the energetic force comes from purely accessory circumstances, we make these our fulcrum and rely on them, and we sustain or fall with them accordingly, thus arriving at a condition of weakness and servile waiting for all kinds of external influences, which is the opposite of that strength, wisdom, and opulence, which are the sole sense of freedom. But if we do not ask the question in a common sense, where can the center of a man's life be, if not in himself? We will then see that in all that concerns us, the energetic center must be within ourselves. We can never get away from ourselves as the center of our own universe, and the sooner we clearly understand this, the better. In reality, there is no other energy in our universe than that which emanates from ourselves first, and the power that seems to reside in our environment stems entirely from our own mind. Once we become aware of this and consider that life flows in us from the universal vital principle, it is at every moment a new life, completely indifferent to any particular purpose. In addition to supporting our own individuality, and therefore being ours to externalize in any form we wish, we then find that this manifestation of the eternal vital principle within us is the standpoint from which we can control our environment. We must firmly rely on the central point of our own being and nothing else. Our mistake is to take our environment too seriously. We must approach things more lightly as soon as we feel that their weight prevents us from handling them freely. It is they who dominate us, and not us who dominate them. A light touch does not mean a weak touch. On the contrary, the lightness of touch is incompatible with a weak grasp of the instrument, which implies that its weight is excessive compared to the strength it claims to guide. Thus, a light, even playful manipulation implies a firm grip and perfect control of the instrument. Only in the hands of a green, clean Gibbons can a sculpture tool create miracles of airy lightness from massive wood. The light yet firm touch speaks not of weakness, but of reserved power. And if we are aware of our spiritual nature, we know that behind any measure of power we may exercise lies all the reserve of the infinite to support us. Understanding this, we begin to handle things lightly, playing with them as a juggler would with his flying knives that cannot move even the slightest movement that he has attributed to them. We begin to see then that our control over things is part of the necessary order of the universe. The disorder we found in the past is precisely the result of never having consciously tried to introduce this element of our personal control into the system. Of course, I speak of the whole man, and not just that part of him which, according to Whitman, is contained between his hat and boots. The whole man is an infinity, and his visible part is the instrument through which he sees and enjoys everything that belongs to him in his own realm of infinity. And when he learns that this is the meaning of his individual consciousness, he sees how infinite he is, and finds that it is a matter with the infinite spirit, the most intimate core of the universe. Having thus reached the true center of his own being, he can never give that central place to another person, but he realizes that relative to this, all other things are in an accessory and incidental position. Growing daily in this knowledge, he will learn to handle all things lightly but firmly, so that pain, fear, and error have less and less place in his world, until finally, sorrow and sighs flee and eternal joy takes their place. We may have taken only a few steps on the path, but they are in the right direction. And what we must do now is move forward. Chapter 10. The Present Truth. If the power of thought serves any purpose, it serves all. If it can produce one thing, it can produce all things. For what could prevent it? Nothing can prevent us from thinking. We can think what we want, and if thinking is forming, then we can form what we want. Therefore, the entire question resolves into this: if thinking is forming. If so, we do not see that our limitations are formed precisely in the same way as our expansions. We think that conditions outside our thought have power over us, and that is why we think there is power in them. Thus, the great question of life is whether there is another creative power than thought. If so, where is it and what is it? Both in philosophy and in religion, we are led to the truth that, in the beginning, there was no other creative power than the mind, and the only mode of activity that we can attribute to the mind is thought. Thus we find thought as the root of all things, and if this was true at the beginning, it must still be true now, for if all things originate in thought, all things must be modes of thought. Therefore, it is impossible for the mind to hand over its creations to another power than itself. That is, it is not the power of thought. Consequently, all forms and circumstances surrounding us are manifestations of the creative power of thought. But it can be objected that this is God's thought, and that the creative power resides in God and not in man. But this deviates from the evident axiomatic truth that, in the beginning, nothing could have an origin other than thought. It is very true that nothing has an origin other than the divine mind, and man himself is therefore a mode of divine thought. Again, man is conscious of himself, so man is divine thought evolved in individual consciousness. And when he is enlightened enough to realize this is his origin, he then sees he is a reproduction, in individuality, of the same spirit that produces all things, and that his own thought, in individuality, has exactly the same quality as divine thought in universality. As fire is equally fiery, whether it burns around a large hearth or a small one, we logically conclude that our thought must have creative power. But people say, we did not find it this way. We are surrounded by all sorts of circumstances we do not want, that we fear, and by fearing them, we think them, and thus we constantly exercise this divine prerogative of creation through thought. Only through ignorance, we use it in the wrong direction. This is why the Book of Divine Instructions repeats so consistently, "Fear not, doubt not," because we can never strip our thought of its inherent creative quality. And the only question is whether we will use it ignorantly to our detriment or understand it for our benefit. The Master summarized his teaching in the aphorism that knowledge of truth would make us free. Here nothing is announced that we must do or that something must be done for us to obtain our freedom, nor is it a declaration of something future. Truth is what it is. He did not say to wait for something untrue to come true. Now he says, know what truth is now, and you will find that the truth concerning you is freedom. If knowledge of truth makes us free, it can only be because in truth we are already free. We just do not know it. Our freedom lies in the fact that we reproduce on an individual scale the same creative power of thought that gave birth to the world for the first time. Thus, things that are seen were not made of things that appear. Therefore, let us confidently claim our birthright as sons and daughters of the Almighty and habitually think of the good, the beautiful and the true, surrounding ourselves with conditions that correspond to our thoughts. And with our teaching and example, let us help others to do the same. Chapter 11. Yourself. I want to talk to you about the experience of being yourself. This has at least the merit of simplicity, for it is surely easier to be oneself than to be something or someone else. Yet this is what many constantly strive to do. The self that is theirs is not good enough for them, and that is why they are always trying to go beyond what God has made them, with endless effort and struggle as a consequence. Of course, they are right to set for themselves an infinitely higher ideal than anything they have yet achieved. The only possible way to progress is to follow an idea, one that is always one step ahead of us. But the mistake is to think that its realization is a matter of growth, and that growth must be the expansion of something existing within us. Therefore, it explains that our being is what we are, and where we are as a starting point. This growth is a continuous process, and we cannot grow next month without first growing this month. But we always want to leap to a future ideal without seeing that we can only reach it by constantly moving forward. From where we are now, these considerations should make us feel more secure and comfortable. We are using a force that is much greater than what we believe ourselves to be, but it is not separate from us and does not need to be persuaded, forced, or introduced to do what we want. It is the substrate of our own being that continually passes into manifestation on the visible plane and becomes this personal self to which we often limit our attention without considering where it truly comes from. In reality, this external self is the superficial growth of that individuality already hidden in the depths and is nothing other than the spirit of life underlying all forms of manifestation. Strive to understand what this spirit must be in itself, that is, outside of all conditions arising from the various relationships established between its different forms of individualization, in a homogeneous being that can only be pure life, essence of life, if one can call it that. Understand then that as essence of life, it exists deepest within each of its forms of manifestation in a simplicity as perfect as we can attribute to it in our most abstract conceptions. Under this light, we see that it is the eternally self-generative power in motion that, to express itself, flows into form. This universal essence of life is a continuous becoming in form, and, as we are part of nature, we do not need to go beyond ourselves to find the life-giving energy working with all its powers. Therefore, what we must do is allow it to rise to the surface. We do not have to force it to rise more than what the engineer installing a well needs to do to bring up water. The water does so by its own energy, gushing forth like a spring. Thus, it begins in the air. Thus, we will find a source of life essence ready to gush forth within ourselves, inexhaustible and continually growing in its flow. As it was taught long ago to a woman at the well, this rising of life essence is not from the outside, it is our own. It does not require deep studies, hard work, exhausting travels to achieve. It is not the monopoly of any master or writer whose lectures we must attend, books we must read to obtain it. She is the most intimate thing about ourselves, and a little common-sense reflection on how something becomes something will soon convince us that the great inexhaustible life must be the very root and substance of ourselves, permeating every fiber of our being. Surely to be this vast infinity of living power must be sufficient to satisfy all our desires, and yet this marvelous ideal is nothing other than what we already are in principle. Everything is there within us, simply awaiting our recognition for its manifestation. It is not the essence of life that needs to grow, because it is eternally perfect in itself, but it is our recognition of it that needs to grow, and this growth must be natural, cannot be forced. It must come through a natural process, the first necessity of which is to abstain from any effort to be something we cannot naturally be at present. The law of our evolution has given us certain powers and opportunities. In our further development, everything depends on doing exactly what these powers and opportunities allow us to do here and now. If we do what we are capable of today, it will open the way for us to do something better tomorrow, and thus the process of growth will unfold healthily and happily in an increasingly rapid proportion. This is much easier than striving to force things to do what they are not, and it is also much more fruitful in terms of good results. It is not about remaining inactive without doing anything, and there is plenty of room for the exercise of all our mental faculties. But these faculties are themselves the result of the essence of life, and are not the creative power, but simply those that give direction. This mobile power behind the various faculties is the truest inner self, and if we become aware of the identity between the innermost and outermost, we will see that we have at our disposal everything necessary for our unlimited future development. Thus, our experience simply consists in being ourselves, what we are most, and by recognizing this, we free ourselves from a great burden of unnecessary effort and tension, and the place of old effort and struggle will be occupied not by inertia, but by joyful activity that knows it always has the necessary power to manifest in forms of good and beauty. No matter where it leads us, if we follow the line of beauty and good, then we will produce good and beauty, and thus we will bring more and more joy into the world, whatever particular form it may take. We limit ourselves when we try to predefine precisely the concrete form of good we are going to produce. We should not aspire so much to have or do something specific as to express all that we are. Expression will arise from the realization of the treasures that are already ours, and from contemplating the beauty of the affirmative side of all that we are now, apart from negative conceptions and misconceptions that hide from us this positive good. When we do this, we will be amazed to see the possibilities that reside within ourselves, as we are and in our current environment, as unpleasant as we may consider it. And by immediately starting to work on what we find positive in them, and withdrawing our thoughts from what we have seen negatively so far in them, the right path will open up between us, leading us on wonderful paths, with the development of powers we never suspected, and the pleasure of a happiness we never anticipated. We have never been off the right path, only we have walked backward on it rather than forward. And now that we have begun to follow the path in the right direction, we discover that it is nothing other than the path of peace, the path of joy, that of eternal life. We can achieve these things simply by coming naturally with ourselves. It is because we try to be or do something that is not natural for us that we experience fatigue and work, where we should find all our activities concentrated on objects that lead to their own realization by the force of love we have for them. But when we make the great discovery of how to live naturally, we will find that it is everything and more than everything we have ever desired. Our daily life will become perpetual joy for ourselves and will radiate light and life wherever we go. Chapter 12. Religious Opinions. This great and wise writer, George Eliot, expressed her mature views on the subject of religious opinions with these words: "I have too deep a conviction of the efficacy residing in all sincere faith, and of the spiritual wound caused by lack of faith, to remain in any negative propagandism whatsoever." This was not always her attitude, for in her youth she had her share of negative propagandism, but a lifetime of experience led her to form this estimation of the value of sincere faith, regardless of the particular form of thought it leads to. Tennyson also arrived at the same conclusion, giving a friendly warning: "O you who, after toil and storm, seem to have reached purer air, whose faith is centered everywhere and does not care to fix on form, leave your sister when she prays, her morning sky, her cheerful prospects, nor you, with the dark insinuation, disturb a life that leads melodious days. Thus these two great souls have left us a lesson of wisdom that we would do well to take advantage of. Let's see how it applies more particularly to our own case. True presentation of higher thought contains no negative propagandism. It is always on the affirmative side, and its great aim is to root out the field that rolls at the root of every life striving to concentrate on the negative. Its aim is constructive and not negative, yet we often find individuals who work under a very mistaken impression regarding the nature and extent of the movement, and thus not only are dissuaded from exploring it themselves, but also dissuade others from doing so. Sometimes this is due to the fact that the subject has been presented to them in an imprudent manner, so as to unnecessarily repel the particular form of religious ideas to which they are accustomed. But most often, it is because we prejudge the whole question and decide that the movement opposes their ideas of religion without bothering to investigate what its principles actually are. In any case, it is not useless to say a few words about the attitude of the new thought towards current forms of religious opinion. The first consideration in any concern is what is the object pursued. The end determines the means to be used, and if the nature of the end is clearly taken into account, unnecessary complications will not be introduced into the means. All of this seems too obvious to state, but it is precisely the failure to realize this simple truth that has given rise to the entire complex of theological hatred, with all its persecutions, massacres, and martyrs that dishonor the pages of history, making so many of them a record of nothing but ferocity and stupidity. Let us hope for a better record in the future, and if we are to achieve it, it will be by adopting the simple principle outlined here. In our country alone, the varieties of churches and sects form a vast catalogue, but in all of them the aim is the same: to establish the individual in a satisfying relationship with the divine power. The very fact of any religious profession implies the recognition of God as the source of life and everything that contributes to life. Therefore, the goal in each case is to obtain increasing degrees of life, whether here or in the future, from the only source where it can be obtained, and thus establish such a relationship with this source that the faithful may obtain from it all the life they desire. Therefore, the necessary preliminary for drawing consciously is the confidence that this relationship has been established, and such confidence is exactly what faith means. The position of the man who does not have this confidence is either that there is no such source, or that he does not have the means to access it, and in both cases, he feels abandoned to struggle on his own against the whole universe, without consciousness of any higher power to support him. He is completely left to his own resources without knowing the inner source from which they can be continually replenished. It is like a plant cut off at the level of the stem and stuck in the ground without any roots, and therefore this spiritual plague of which George Eliot speaks consumes it, producing weakness, perplexity, and fear, with all its harmful consequences. Where strength, order, and confidence should reign, which are the very foundation of any construction, whether for a purpose of personal prosperity or usefulness to others. From the perspective of those who know the laws of spiritual life, such a man is separated from the root of his own being, beyond and deep within that exterior which each of us knows as the intellectual man, who works with the physical brain as instrument. We have roots that penetrate far too deep into that infinite, which in our ordinary waking state we are only vaguely aware of, and it is through this root of our own individuality, extending deeply into the hidden depths of being, that we draw this incessant flow of invisible life, which we then differentiate into all those external forms we need. Hence the constant necessity for each one to become aware of the great truth that all his individuality rests upon such a root, and that the soil in which this root is embedded is that universal being for which there is no other man than that of the one and all-powerful I Am. Therefore, it is a supreme necessity for each one to realize this fundamental fact of our own nature, for it is only to the extent that we do so that we shall truly live. Consequently, everything that aids us in this realization must be carefully preserved, to the extent that any form of religion contributes to this end. For a given individual, it is true religion, however imperfect it may be. The goal is not to destroy the foundations of a man's faith because it is narrow, but rather to broaden it. And this expansion will be achieved by the man himself, for it is growth from within and not construction from without. Therefore, our attitude towards the religious beliefs of others should not be that of iconoclasts, ruthlessly smashing what we perceive as mere idols of tradition, but rather the opposite method of focusing on what appears positive and affirmative in the other's belief, and gradually leading them to understand what constitutes their affirmation. And then, when you have found the track of the strength element that exists in your usual form of belief, the perception of the contrast between that and the non-essential elements will spontaneously grow in your mind, gradually leading you to a broader and freer atmosphere. Going through a process like this, Your thoughts will never be directed into any channel suggesting the separation of your root and spiritual base, but you will learn that the rooting and base in the divine, to which you originally trusted, were indeed true, but in a much more complete, larger and broader sense than your early childish conception of them. The question is not how far another person's religious opinions can withstand the test of relentless logic, but to what extent they enable him to realize his unity with the divine spirit. This is living proof of the value of his opinion to himself, and no change in his opinions can be for the better if it does not lead him to a greater recognition of the liveliness of the divine spirit within himself. Thus, any change of opinion indicates a movement forward. It must happen that we realize to some extent the true nature of the life that is already developed within us. When we understand why we are what we are now, then we can look forward and see what the same vital principle that has brought us to the current point is capable of doing in the future. We may not see very far, but we will see where to take the next step, and that is enough to enable us to move forward. Therefore, what we must do is to help others grow from the root in which they live, and not unearth their roots and let them wither. We should not fear to do all for all men in the sense of focusing on the affirmative elements of each one's belief as the starting point of our work, for the affirmative and life-giving is always true, and truth is always a constant even commandment, and so we should never fear to be inconsistent as long as we adhere to this method. It is worse than useless to waste time dissecting the negative aspects of others' beliefs. In doing so, we run the great risk of tearing up the wheat with the tares, and will surely succeed in leading people astray from the right path. By exclusively seeking affirmative and life-giving elements, we will reap benefits for ourselves. Not only will we maintain our temperament, but often we will find great reserves of affirmative power where we initially expected only useless accumulations. Thus, we will become winners both in breadth of mind and in reserves of precious material. Of course, we must be rigorously uncompromising regarding the essence of truth. This must never be sacrificed. But as representatives of the new thought, even in a small sphere, we should strive to show others not that their religion is wrong, but everything they can find life-giving in it. It is life-giving because it is part of the one truth that is always the same in whatever form expressed. Just as half a loaf of bread is better than no bread, ignorant worship is better than no worship, and ignorant faith is better than no faith. Our work is not to destroy this faith and worship, but to lead them into clearer light. For this reason, we can assure all seekers that abandoning their usual form of worship is not a necessity of the new thought, but on the contrary, that the principles of the movement correctly understood will show them much more meaning in that worship than they ever understood. Truth is one, and when the truth underlying the outward form is clearly understood, the maintenance or abandonment of the latter will be a matter of personal feeling as to which form or absence of form will best enable the particular individual to realize the truth itself. Chapter 13. A Lesson from Browning. You may know a short poem by Browning titled Epistle, which contains the strange medical experiences of Karchi, the Arab physician. The somewhat bizarre conception is that of the Arab physician traveling in Palestine shortly after the conclusion of the Gospel narrative. He meets Lazarus, whom Jesus raised from the dead, and in this letter to a fellow physician, he describes the strange effect his vision of the afterlife had on the resurrected man. The poem should be studied in its entirety, but for now a few selected lines here and there should serve to indicate the character of the change that occurred in Lazarus after comparing him to a beggar who, having suddenly received unlimited wealth, is unable to regulate its use according to his needs. Carl Zeiss continues, "Here we call the treasure knowledge, say increasing beyond the fleshly faculty. Heaven is open to a soul as long as it is still on earth. Earth constrained to the use of a soul while it sees heaven. Man has no idea of the magnitude of the sum of value in proportion to all things. In fact, it has become almost exclusively aware of the spiritual life around earthly life. His heart and brain move there, his feet remain here, and the result is a loss of mental balance totally unsuitable for the affairs of ordinary life." There is no doubt that Browning had a much more serious intention in writing this poem than simply recording a fanciful idea that flitted through his mind. If we read between the lines, it should be clear, by the general tone of his writings, that, regardless of how he acquired it, Browning had a very deep knowledge of the inner region of the spiritual causes that give rise to all that we see of external phenomenal manifestation. In his works, there are continuous allusions to life behind the veil, and it is to this suggestion of a mystery underlying his words that we owe the numerous efforts to understand their expressed meaning through Browning societies and the like. These are attempts that fail or succeed according to whether they are made from the outside or the inside. No one was better qualified than the poet to realize the immense benefits of inner knowledge, and for the same reason he is also qualified to warn us of the dangers on the path of its acquisition, for nowhere is it more true that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and this is one of the greatest dangers he points out in this poem under the figure of Lazarus. He describes the man who has practically grasped the reality of the internal side of things, for whom the veil has been lifted, and who knows that the external and visible originate in the internal and spiritual. But the description is of someone whose eyes have been so dazzled by the light that he has lost the power to accommodate his vision to the world of the senses. Now he commits the same mistake from the internal side that he used to make from the external side, the mistake of supposing that there is no vital reality in the appearances upon which his thoughts are not immediately centered. This is a lack of mental balance, whether denying reality internally or externally. To be so absorbed in speculative ideas that one is incapable of applying them in everyday life is to allow our highest thoughts to evaporate into dreams. There is a world of philosophy in the simple affirmation that there can be no internal without external, nor external without internal, and the great secret of life is learning to see things in their entirety, to realize simultaneously the internal and the external. Each without the other is a mere abstraction without real existence, which we contemplate separately only to review the logical steps by which they are connected as cause and effect. Nature does not separate them because they are inseparable, and the law of nature is the law of life. It is said of Pythagoras that after leading his students to the highest peaks of inner knowledge, he never ceased to impress upon them the reverse choice of retracing the steps by which these inner principles translate into the familiar conditions of external things that surround us. The process of analysis is nothing more than a means of discovering the springs of the realm of causes that we must touch to produce certain effects in the realm of manifestation. But this is not enough. We must also learn to calculate how these particular effects, when they occur, will be related to the world of existing effects among which we expect to engage, how they will modify these and in turn be modified by them. This calculation of effects is as necessary as the knowledge of causes. We cannot impress upon ourselves firmly enough the fact that reality consists of an inner and an outer, a generating principle and a generated condition, and that anything not the reality of the whole is an illusion on one side or the other. Nothing could be further from Browning's intention than to dissuade truth-seekers from studying the principles of being, for without knowledge of these, truth must always remain enveloped in mystery. But the choice he wishes to instill is not to watch mental balance, which is the only thing that will enable us to develop those unlimited powers whose infinite deployment is the fullness of life. And we must above all remember that the soul of life is love, and it manifests through service. Service arises from sympathy, which is the ability to see things from the viewpoint of those we wish to help, while also seeing them in their true relationships. Therefore, if we wish to realize this love, which is the most intimate, vital principle, even of the most inner powers, it must be kept alive by maintaining our mastery over outer life, as real with the inner principles of which it is part of the manifestation. Chapter 14. The Spirit of Opulence. It is a mistake to suppose that we must restrain and limit ourselves to develop greater power or utility. This amounts to forming the conception of divine power as so limited that the best use we can make of it is a policy of self-annihilation, whether material or mental. Of course, if we believe that a form of self-annihilation is necessary to produce a good work, then as long as we maintain that belief, the fact is indeed so for us. Anything not based on faith, that is, not corresponding to our honest belief, is a sin. and by acting against what we truly believe, we bring a suggestion of opposition to the divine spirit that must necessarily paralyze our efforts and surround us with a murky atmosphere of distrust and lack of joy. But all this exists in belief and is produced by it, and when we examine its foundations, we will find that it rests on a wholly mistaken understanding of the nature of our own power. If we clearly realize that the creative power within us is limitless, then there is no reason to limit the extent to which we can enjoy what we can create through it. When we have something infinite, we should never fear to take more than what is due to us. The danger is not there. The danger lies in not sufficiently realizing our own wealth and not considering that the externalized products of our creative power are the true riches, rather than the creative power of our own mind. If we avoid this mistake, there is no need to limit ourselves to taking what we want from the infinite storehouse. Everything belongs to you, and the way to avoid this error is to understand that true wealth lies in our identification with the spirit of opulence. We must be opulent in our thinking, not thinking about money as such, for it is simply a means of opulence, but thinking opulently, that is, generously, liberally, and bountifully. You will find that the means to realize this thought will flow to you from all directions, whether in the form of money or in other forms that need not necessarily be in cash. We must not become dependent on a particular form of wealth, nor insist that it come to us through a specific channel, for that imposes both limitation and closes off other avenues of wealth. But we must enter into the spirit of it. Now, spirit is life, and the entire universe of life ultimately consists in a circulation, whether within the physical body of the individual or on the scale of the entire solar system. Circulation means continuous flow, and the spirit of opulence is no exception to this universal law of all life. When this principle is clear to us, we will see that our attention must be turned rather to giving than receiving. We must regard ourselves not as miserly chests to be kept closed for our own benefit, but as distribution centers. And the more effectively we fulfill our function as such, the greater the corresponding influx will be. If we stifle the outflow, the current must slow down, and a full and free flow can only be obtained by keeping it open. The spirit of opulence, that is, the opulent mode of thought, consists in cultivating the feeling that we possess all kinds of wealth that we can grant to others, and that we can give generously. For with this same action, we open the way to even greater supplies. So the universal law of attraction will begin to assert itself. Not only will you begin to experience abundance on spiritual and intellectual levels, but it will also extend to the material plane. If you have grasped the spirit of opulence, you cannot fail to attract material well-being as well as that higher wealth, which should not be measured by money. Because you truly understand the spirit of opulence, you will not use this form of wealth frivolously, nor attribute to it a value it does not inherently possess. On the contrary, you will coordinate it with your other, more inner forms of wealth, so that it becomes the material instrument that paves the way for its most perfect expression. By understanding its relationship with spiritual and intellectual wealth in this way, material wealth becomes one with them. It is no longer something to be rejected and feared, nor sought after for its own sake. It is not money, but the love of money that is the root of evil, and the spirit of opulence is precisely the mental attitude farthest from the love of money for its own sake. It does not believe in money, but believes in the generous feeling that is the intuitive recognition of the great law of circulation. In any endeavor, it does not ask the first question, how much will I get out of it, but rather, how much can I put into it? And if it is the first question, what will be obtained will flow with generous profusion and spontaneity and rectitude of direction, which are lacking when our first thought is solely that of receiving. We are not asked to give what we do not yet have and go into debt, but to generously give what we do have, knowing that in doing so we set in motion the law of circulation, and as this law brings us increasingly abundant inputs of all kinds of goods, so our energy will increase, not depriving us of any expansion of our own life that we might desire, but discovering that each expansion makes us more powerful to extend the lives of others. Live and let live is the motto of true opulence, and we do not fully realize all that this truly implies. This was not the case for the great thinkers of the ancient world. Consider the place that even Plato gave to beauty, as an expression of all that is higher and greater in the system of the universe. These great men of antiquity were not superficial thinkers, and therefore would never have elevated to the highest level that which is only superficial. Therefore, we would do well to wonder what these great minds found in the idea of beauty that attracted them as the most perfect external expression of all that resides in the deepest fundamental laws of being. It is because, well understood, beauty represents the most supreme and living quality of thought. It is the glorious overflow of the fullness of love, which indicates the presence of countless reserves of power behind it. It is the joyful profusion that shows the possession of inexhaustible reserves of wealth that can afford to be as lavish and yet remain as rich as before. Properly read, beauty is the index of the entire nature of being. Beauty is the externalization of harmony, and harmony is the coordinated work of all the powers of being, both in the individual and in the relation of the individual to the infinite from which it emanates. Thus, this harmony immediately leads us to the presence of the most internal, undifferentiated life. Thus, beauty is in more immediate contact with the very arcana of life. It is the brilliance of glory spreading over the sanctuary of the divine spirit. For, if seen from the outside, beauty is the province of the artist and the poet, and grasps our emotions and directly appeals to the most intimate feelings of our heart. By calling forth the response of what is in us, and recognizing itself in the perceived harmony outside, it is only because it will be read through the bridge of reason with such rapid feet that we pass from the most external to the most internal and vice versa in the blink of an eye. But the bridge is always there, and in retracing our steps more calmly, we discover that seen from within, beauty is no less the competence of the serene reasoner and analyst. What the poet and artist grasp intuitively, he will elaborate progressively. But the result is the same in both cases, for no intuition is true if it does not admit of being expanded in a rational sequence of intelligible factors, and no argument is true if it does not admit of being condensed into that rapid suggestion which is intuition. Thus, both the passionate artist and the tranquil thinker find that the only true beauty comes naturally from the true construction of what it expresses. It is not something added later, but something that pre-existed in the original idea. What this idea naturally leads to and proposes is the idea of reason for being. The proof of the beauty it expresses is a simple varnish, a layer of paint on the outside. Then it is nothing more than a whitewashed tomb, a covering to hide the emptiness or ugliness that must be eliminated. But it is the true and natural result of what lies beneath the surface. Then it is an index of life, love, and overflowing intelligence that are not satisfied with pure utilitarianism, and who are eager to escape as quickly as possible from construction work, as if it were a forced or untimely task, but who rejoice in their work and do not want to leave it, before having expressed this joy with all the most appropriate features of form and color, with the exquisite proportions that the material admits, and this without deviating in the least from the original purpose of the design. Therefore, wherever we find beauty, we can infer a huge reserve of power behind it. Indeed, we can consider it as the visible expression of the great truth that the power of life is infinite. And when the inner sense of beauty has not been revealed in this way, and we come to know it as the fullness and overflow of power, we will find that we have achieved a better standard to guide our own lives. We must begin to use this wonderful process that we have learned from nature. After learning how nature works, how God works, we must begin to work in the same way and never consider any work complete until we have brought it to a final result of beauty, whether it be material, intellectual, or spiritual. My good intention is this first question, for intention determines the nature of the essence in everything. What is the most beautiful form in which I can express the good that I pretend? This is the ultimate question, for the true beauty that expresses our work is the measure of power, intelligence, love, in a word, the quantity and quality of our own life that we have invested in it. True beauty, remember, is that which is beautiful because it perfectly expresses the original idea, not a mere ornament that occupies our thought as something separate from the use to which it is destined. Nothing is of so little importance if it does not have its greatest power of expression in a form of beauty that is its own. Beauty is the law of perfect thought. Whatever the subject of our thought, whether it be a pattern affecting the well-being of millions or a word addressed to a small child, true beauty and true power are corollaries of each other. Loving expression originates in loving thought, and loving expression is the essence of beauty, which, in seeking to express itself more and more perfectly, becomes that delicate brushstroke of sympathy which is artistic skill, whether working on material substances or on the emotions of the heart. But remember, first the use, then the beauty, and neither is complete without the other. Use without beauty is a gift without grace. Beauty without use is absurdity. However, we must not forget that there is a realm of the mind where use is found in beauty, where beauty itself serves the direct purpose of showing us a higher ideal, which then permeates our lives, giving them a more living quality in everything we think, say, and do. Seen in this way, the beautiful is the true expression of the good. No matter the end of the scale we look at, we find that they measure accurately. They are the same thing in the most external and in the most internal, respectively. But in our quest for a higher beauty than we have found so far, we must be careful not to lose the beauty that already exists. Perfect harmony with its environment and perfect expression of its own inner nature are what constitute beauty, and our ignorance of the nature of the thing or its environment can blind us to the beauty it already possesses. It takes the genius of humility in painting or a Whitman in words to show us the beauty of those ordinary figures of daily labor with which our world is mainly populated, whose originals we pass in silence as if they had neither form nor beauty. Surely, the mission of every thinking man and woman is to help build greater forms of spiritual, intellectual, and material beauty everywhere. But if we want to do something grander than WhatsApp gardens or 3D porcelain pasta, we must enter the great realistic school of nature and learn to recognize the beauty that already surrounds us, even if it has a little dirt on the surface. So, when we have learned the great principles of the beauty of the mind that constitute it, we will know how to develop beauty according to its own lines without perpetuating the dirt, and we will know that all beauty is the expression of living power, and that we can measure our power by the degree of beauty in which we can transform it, dedicating our lives to the beauty of perfect facts, stronger than any poetic thought. Chapter 16. Separation and Unity. The prince of this world comes, and he has nothing in me. John 15:30. In these words, the great master of divine science gives us the key to great knowledge. Comparison with other passages shows that the terms here translated as prince and world can also be translated as principle and era. Jesus is speaking here of a principle of the current era, so opposed to that principle of which he himself was the visible expression that he has no part in it. This is the complete contradiction of everything that Jesus came to teach and exemplify. The account Jesus gave of himself was that he came to bear witness to the truth and for men to have life, and to have it in abundance. Therefore, the principle he refers to must be exactly the opposite of truth and life. That is, it must be the principle of falsehood and death. So what is this false and destructive principle that governs the current era? If we consider the essence of all the discourse from which these are the last words, we will find that the central idea of Jesus that he sought to instill in his disciples at their last meeting before the crucifixion is the absolute identity and total unity of the Father and the Son, the principle of the perfect unity of God and man. And this was the great truth that he sought to impress upon the minds of his disciples as his bodily presence was about to disappear from them. From this, the truth of unity logically leads us to infer that the opposite falsehood is the assertion of separation, the assertion that God and man are not one. The idea of separation is precisely the principle on which the world has operated from that day to this. The supposition that God and man are not one in being, and that matter is of a different essence from spirit, is the principle that enjoys favor in the intellectualism of the current era, that of duality, the idea of two powers and two substances opposed and therefore repugnant to each other, which permeates all classes and thus leaves no integrity anywhere. The whole object of the Bible is to share the idea of two opposing forces in the world. The gospel is the good news of reconciliation, so 2 Corinthians 5:18, where it is also said to us that all things come from God, thus leaving no room for any other power or substance. And the great falsehood whose purpose is to be exposed by the good news is proclaimed throughout the Bible as the suggestion of duality, which is in some way a life that is not the single life, but something separate from it, an idea that is impossible to state clearly without involving a contradiction in terms. Everywhere the Bible exposes the fiction of the duality of separation as the great lie, but nowhere as emphatically and centrally as in this marvelous passage from Revelation, where it is represented by the mysterious number of the beast. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 6666. Revelation 13:18. Let me emphasize the grand principle expressed in this mysterious number, which has other more specific applications, but this general principle underlies all of them. It is an established maxim that every unity contains within itself a trinity, just as the individual man consists of body, soul, and spirit. If we want to perfectly understand something, we must be able to understand it in its triple nature. Thus, in symbolic numeration, the multiplication of unity by 3 implies the fullness of what unity represents, and again, the triple repetition of a number represents its extension to infinity. Now consider what happens when we apply these methods of numerical representation to the principles of unity and separation, respectively. Unity is unity, and 1 multiplied by 3 equals 3, intensified to its maximum expression, which is written as 333. Now let's apply the same principle to the idea of separation. Separation consists of one and another, each containing a trinity according to the universal law. From the viewpoint of duality, the totality of things is 2, and 2 multiplied by 3 equals 6. By intensifying this to its maximum expression, we get 666, which is the number of the beast, because the separation from God, or the duality of opposition, which is also a duality of polarity, opposes unity. Therefore, something essential must be something that is not the single spirit, and such a conception can be verbally translated only by a word where common acceptance represents something that is not only inferior to the divine, but also inferior to the human. This is because the conception of oneself as being separate from God, if carried to its legitimate consequences, must ultimately lead all those who support it to a condition where fierceness or cunning may be the only possible rule of action. Therefore, the principle of the current era cannot have anything to do with the principle of perfect wholeness that the great master embodied in his teaching and in himself. The two ideas are totally incompatible, and whichever one we adopt as our guiding principle must completely exclude the other. We cannot serve both God and separation. Either we are still at the principle of separation, and our eyes are not yet open to the true nature of the kingdom of heaven, or we have grasped the principle of unity without exception, where unity includes everything, body and soul alike, visible form and invisible substance, and the life of all equally. Nothing can be left out, and we are complete here and now, lacking in no faculty, but simply needing to become aware of our own powers and learn to trust them through their exercise. Perhaps I can emphasize my point by reminding my listeners that it was the conflict between the principles of unity and separation that led to the crucifixion of Jesus. We must distinguish between the accusation that actually led to his death and the purely technical accusation for which he was condemned by the Roman government. The latter, the charge of opposition to the real authority of Caesar, has its importance, but it is clear from the biblical writings that it was merely formal. For the true cause of condemnation is contained in the statement of the chief priests. We have a law, and according to our law, he must die, because he made himself the Son of God. The antagonism between the two principles of unity and separation had openly manifested for the first time on the occasion when Jesus made the memorable declaration, "I and my Father are one." The Jews took up stones to stone him. Then Jesus said to them, I have shown you many good works from the Father. For which of these do you stone me?" The Jews answered, "It is not for a good work that we stone you, but for blasphemy, because you, being a man, make yourself God." Jesus answered them, "Is it not written in your law, 'I said you are gods'? If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and Scripture cannot be broken, do you say of him whom the Father consecrated and sent into the world, 'You are blaspheming, because I said, I am the Son of God'?" Here is the first open confrontation between the two opposing principles that led to the scene of Calvary as the final testimony of Jesus. The principle of unity died because it maintained the truth that he was one with the Father. This was the substantive charge for which he was executed. "Are you the Son of the Blessed?" asked the council of priests, and the answer was clear and unequivocal. "I am." So the council said, "What further witnesses do we need? He has blasphemed. What do you think?" And they all condemned him to death. Jesus did not enter into an obviously useless discussion with judges whose minds were so rooted in the idea of dualism that they were impervious to any other conception. But with a mixed crowd that was not officially committed to a system, the case was different. Among them, there might be some still open to conviction, and so a passage from the Psalms, with which all were familiar, was invoked, emphasizing that the same individuals to whom the divine word was addressed were called gods by the divine speaker himself. The lack of controversy over this fact was underscored by the stress placed on the fact that Scripture cannot be broken, and the sense to be given to the statement became clear through the argument Jesus drew from it. Indeed, he said, "If you stone me, it is for blasphemy, for saying about me what your own Scriptures say about each of you." The claim of unity with the Father was not unique, but one that Scripture, rightly understood, allowed each listener to make for themselves. And if we find that Jesus makes no claim for himself, that he does not also make for those who accept his teaching, does he not say to the Jews, "You are of this world, I am not of this world"? He also tells his disciples, "You are not of the world, just as I am not of the world." Does he not say, "I am the light of the world"? He also says, "You are the light of the world." Surely, he says, "I and my Father, we are one." He prays also that all may be one, just as we are one. He is called the Son of God, so John writes, "To all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God." And by believing in his name, we can certainly understand believing in the principle of which this name is the verbal representation, the essential unity of God and man. So it is the fact that permeates all of Jesus' teaching. He presented himself as its living expression, invoking his miracles as proof. The Father is the one who performs the works, constitutes the substance of his final discourse with his disciples on the night he was betrayed. This is the truth he testified before Pilate. It was the purpose of his life. In support of this truth, he died, and by the living power of this truth, he was resurrected. The whole purpose of his mission was to teach humanity to realize their unity with God and the necessary consequences that must follow from it, to move them away from this notion of dualism that poses an insurmountable barrier between God and man, and thus renders any true conception of the principle of life impossible, and to bring them to a clear perception of the most intimate nature of life, which consists in the inherent identity of each individual with that infinite spirit of life that permeates all, and which he called Father. The power to bear fruit, to produce and to give, depends entirely on the fact that the individual is and remains always an organic part of the universal spirit, just as the fruitful branch of this organic part of the mother stem. If we lose this idea and consider God as a mere external creator, who indeed can command us, or at times even be moved by our cries and supplications, we will have lost the foundation of experience. And with it, every possibility of growth or freedom. It is dualism that separates us from our source of life, and as long as we take this false conception for the true law of being, we will be hindered by limitations and insoluble problems of all kinds. We will have lost the key to life, and therefore we will be unable to open the door, but insofar as we remain in life, that is to say, where we become aware of our perpetual unity with the original spirit and inculcate within ourselves the fact that this unity is not granted as a reward for merits or as an act of favor, which would deny unity because granting would immediately imply dualism, but we remain in the truth that it is the most intimate and supreme principle of our own nature. To the extent that we become consciously aware of it, we will see it not as a certainty of ever-increasing knowledge, which will result in an ever more perfect externalization, whose increasing splendor cannot know limits, for it is the continuous outpouring of the spirit of life that does not exhaust itself in this manifestation of itself, which is our own individuality. The notion of dualism is the veil that prevents men from seeing this and makes them wander blindly in the labyrinths of endless perplexity. But as St. Paul truly says, when this veil is removed, we shall find ourselves changed from glory to glory by the Lord's Spirit. His name shall be Emmanuel, that is to say, God in us, not a being separated from us. Let us remember that Jesus was condemned by the principle of separation because he was himself the externalization of the principle of unity, and by adhering to the principle of unity, we adhere to the only possible root of life, and we maintain the truth for which Jesus died. Chapter 17. Externalization, which would not be happy in itself and in its conditions, is what we all desire. More fullness of life, greater and more shining vitality among ourselves, and fewer restrictions in our environment. And we are told that the talisman by which this can be accomplished is thought. We are told to change our ways of thinking, and conditions will change. But many seekers feel that this is very much like telling us that we catch birds by putting salt on their tails. If we can put salt on the tail of the bird, we can also put our hand on the bird. If we can change our way of thinking, obviously we can also change our circumstances. But how is it going to affect this change of cause, which will in turn produce this effect of change? This is the practical question that leaves many serious researchers perplexed. They can see their way with enough clarity through the whole sequence of cause and effect, which leads to the externalization of desired results. If only they could overcome the initial difficulty. The difficulty is real, and as long as it is not overcome, it reduces all teaching to a mere theory on paper. So this is the point on which the attention of students must be specially directed. They feel the need for a solid foundation from which the change of thought can be executed, and as long as they do not find it, the theory of divine science, as perfect as it may be in itself, will be for them only a simple theory that does not produce practical results. However, the necessary scientific basis exists and is extremely simple and reasonable if we take the trouble to think it carefully through ourselves. Unless we are willing to argue that the power that created the universe is inherently evil, or that the universe is the work of two opposing and equal powers, one evil and the other good, both positions are demonstrably false. We have no alternative but to say that the original source of all must be inherently good. It cannot be partly good and partly evil, for that would be opposed to itself and make it self-destructive. Therefore, it must be entirely good. But once this initial premise is granted, we cut off the root of all evil. For how could evil proceed from a source that originates everything and is entirely good, and where therefore no germ of evil development is found? Good cannot be the origin of evil, and since nothing can come from the single origin, that is only from the good, the true nature of all things must be what they have received from their source, that is goodness. From there it follows that evil is not the true nature of anything, and that evil must arise from something external to the true nature of things themselves and the universal spirit that is the original principle. There remains only one place from which it can arise, and that is our own personal thought. First of all, we assume that evil is as inherent in the nature of things as good, a position we could not uphold if we considered the necessary nature of the original principle. Then, on this entirely gratuitous assumption, we proceed to construct a fabric of fears, which logically follows from it. Thus we nurture and give substance to the negative, to that which has no substantial existence except that which we attribute to it, until we come to regard it as having its own affirmative power. And thus we establish a false idea of being, the product of our own minds, to challenge the claims of true being to sovereignty over the universe. Once the existence of two rival powers, one good and the other evil, directing the universe is admitted, all sense of harmony becomes impossible. The entire course of nature is disrupted, and whether for us or for the world in general, there remains no motive of certainty anywhere, and this is precisely the condition in which most people live, surrounded by infinite uncertainty, and consequently, they are prey to continuous fears and anxieties. The only way to escape from this state of affairs is to go to the root of the problem and realize that the whole fabric of evil comes from our own inverted conception of the nature of being. But if we realize that the true conception of being necessarily excludes the very idea of evil, we will see that by giving room to the thoughts and fears of the soul, we give substance to that which has no real substance in itself and attribute to the negative an affirmative force it does not actually possess. In fact, we create the very thing we fear, and the remedy for this is always to resort to the original nature of being as completely good, and then we will speak thus: my thought must continually externalize something, because its inherent quality cannot be altered by anything. Therefore, I must externalize God or its opposite, which I wish to see manifested in my life. Good or its opposite. I must manifest what I know to be reality or its opposite. Then comes the firm resolution to always manifest God or good, because it is the only true reality in all things, and this resolution has power because it is founded on the solid rock of truth. We must refuse to acknowledge evil. We must refuse to admit that such a thing exists. It is the opposite of this that is symbolized in the story of the fall. The day you eat of it, you will die. That was never said of knowledge of good, because good has never brought death into the world. It's like eating the fruit of the tree of supposed knowledge that admits a second branch, the knowledge of evil, which is the source of death. It admits that evil has a substantial entity that makes it an object of knowledge, and thus you create it with all its sequences of pain, disease, and death. But having the certainty that the Lord is God, that is, the only guiding principle of the universe, whether within us or around us, is good and only good, and evil, with all its retinue, sinks back into its original nothingness, and we discover that the truth has made us free. We are free to externalize what we want, whether in ourselves or in our environment, because we have found the solid foundation on which the necessary change of mental attitude can be realized in the fact that good is the only existing reality of being. In Chapter 18, entering into the spirit of the thing, what an expression so common, and yet how much does it really mean absolutely everything? We enter into the spirit of an enterprise, into the spirit of a movement, into the spirit of an author, even into the spirit of a game, and that makes all the difference, both for us and for what we enter into. A game without spirit is a poor affair, and the association where there is no spirit disintegrates, and an enterprise without spirit is sure to be a resounding failure. On the other hand, the book is meaningless to the insensitive reader. It is full of life and suggestions for the one who enters the spirit of the writer. The man who enters the spirit of music finds a source of refreshment in a fine recital that completely escapes the cold and comes to judge only by the criterion of a strict rule. And so, in all the cases that come to our mind, if we do not enter into the spirit of a thing, it has no invigorating effect on us, and we consider it boring, bland, and worthless. This is our daily experience, and these are the words with which we express it, and if the words are well chosen, they show our intuitive recognition of spirit as the fundamental reality in everything, however small it may be. If we succeed in understanding the spirit of a thing, everything else will reflect successfully. By entering into the spirit of anything, we establish mutual vitalizing action and reaction between it and us. It vivifies us with our own vitality, and it vivifies us with a keen interest that we call its spirit. Therefore, the more fully we enter into the spirit of everything that concerns us, the more completely it vivifies us. The more we do this completely, the more we will find that we penetrate into the great secret of life. This may seem obvious, but the great secret of life is its vivacity, and it is precisely this quality of vivacity that we want to obtain. This is the good thing of which we can never have too much, but everything also implies its negative, and we never understand a thing correctly until we know not only what it is, but also clearly understand what it is not. For a complete understanding, knowledge of the negative is as necessary as knowledge of the affirmative, because perfect knowledge consists in realizing the relationship between the two, and perfect power stems from this knowledge, allowing us to balance the affirmative and the negative in whatever proportion we desire, thereby giving flexibility to what would otherwise be too rigid and form to what would otherwise be too fluid. Thus, by uniting these two extremes, we produce any result we desire. This is the old Hermetic adage: coagulate, absorb, solidify the fluid, and dissolve the solid. Therefore, if we want to discover the secret of entering into the spirit of this, we must have some idea of the negative, which is the non-spirit. At different times, this negative phase has been expressed with different forms of words adapted to the spirit of the time, and by clothing this idea with the trappings of the current age, I will summarize the opposite of spirit in the word mechanism. Above all, this is a mechanical age, and it is amazing to see how much of what we call our social progress has its roots in the mechanical arts. Reduce the mechanical arts to what they were in the days of the Plantagenets, and most of our presumed civilization would regress through the centuries with them. We may not be aware of it, but the mechanical tendency of the age exercises a firm control over society in general. Typically, we prefer to look at the mechanical side of things over any other. Everything is done mechanically, from woodworking to organizing the social system. It is the mechanism that must be considered first, and the spirit that must adapt to mechanical requirements. We enter into the mechanism instead of into the spirit, thus limiting the spirit and refusing to let it flourish. Consequently, we obtain a completely mechanical action, and we complete our circle of ignorance by assuming that this is the only form of action that exists. However, this situation is not necessary even in regard to physical science, because the men who have made the greatest progress in this direction are those who have seen most clearly the subordination of the mechanical to the spiritual. The man who can only recognize a natural law insofar as it operates through certain forms of mechanism with which he is familiar, constructs higher forms of mechanism that could be built on this law, because he does not see that it is the law that determines the mechanism and not the reverse. This man will make no progress in science, neither theoretical nor applied. The world will never be grateful to him. But the man who recognizes mechanism for the application of any principle emerges from a true understanding of the principle. He studies the principle first, knowing that when it is properly grasped, everything necessary to put it into practice will necessarily follow. And if this is true regarding the so-called physical science, it is a fortiori true regarding the science of the spirit. There is a mechanical attitude of the mind that judges everything by the limits of past experiences, without considering that these experiences were largely the result of our ignorance of spiritual law. But if we realize the true law of being, we will not see it above these mechanical conceptions. We will not deny the reality of the body or the physical world as facts, knowing that they are also spirit. But we will learn to deny their power as causes. We will learn to distinguish between the caused cause, the secondary or apparent physical cause, and the primary or spiritual cause, without which the secondary cause could not exist. And thus, we will obtain a new perspective of clear knowledge and certain power by crossing the threshold of the mechanical and entering into its spirit. What we must do is maintain our balance between the two extremes without denying the spirit or the mechanism that is its form through which it works. One is as necessary for a perfect whole as the other, for there must be an outer and an inner. We need only remember that the creative principle is always within, and that the outer exposes only what the inner creates. Therefore, whatever external effect we wish to produce, we must first enter into its spirit and work on the spiritual principle, whether within ourselves or in others. And in doing so, our vision will greatly expand, because from the outside we can see only a small portion of the circumference, while from the inside we can see its entirety. If we fully understand the truth that spirit is the creator, We can dispense with the painful investigations into the mechanical side of our problems. If we build from the outside, we must calculate anxiously the resistance of our materials and the strength of every push and strain to which they may be subjected. And most likely, after all, we may find that we have made a mistake somewhere in our elaborate calculations. But if we realize the power to create from within, we will find that all these calculations have been correctly performed for us, because the same Spirit that is the Creator is also what the Bible calls the wonderful numerator. Construction from the outside is based on analysis, and no analysis is complete without precise quantitative knowledge. But creation is the opposite of analysis, and it brings with it its own mathematics. Entering into the spirit of anything is then merging with the thought, with the creative principle that is at its center. And so, why would it not be at the center of all things at once? Entering into the spirit of life is wondering where to find it within oneself, and as you find it there, you will find it everywhere else. Look at life as the only thing that is, whether within you or around you. Try to realize its vivacity, and then try to enter into its spirit by affirming that it is the totality of what you are. Affirm this continually in your thoughts, and gradually, this affirmation will become a true living force within you, to the point where it becomes a second nature to you, and it will be impossible and unnatural for you to think otherwise. And the closer you get to this point, the greater your control over the body and circumstances will be, until finally you enter into its spirit, into the spirit of the divine creative power that is the root of all things. In other words, as Jesus said, nothing will be impossible to you, because you will be so centered on His Spirit that you will find yourself one with it. So all the old limitations will have disappeared, and you will live in an entirely new world of life, freedom, and love, of which you yourself are the radiant center. You will then realize that your thought is an unlimited creative power, and that it is yourself who is behind your thought, controlling and directing it with knowledge for every purpose that love motivates and wisdom plans. Thus you will cease to toil, struggle, and be anxious, and you will enter into this order where perfect rest is one with ceaseless activity. Chapter 19, The Bible and New Thought. A topic of deep interest to students of the New Thought movement is tracing exactly how its teachings are supported by the teachings of the Bible. There is no such thing as a new thought in the sense of a new truth, for what is true now must always have been true. But there is a new presentation of old truth, and therein lies the novelty of the current movement. However, the same truth has been declared repeatedly in earlier times in different forms and to different degrees of completeness, and nowhere more completely than in the scriptures of the Old and New Testament. None of the older forms of declaration are more familiar to our readers than those contained in the Bible, and none are as intimately connected to our hearts with the same sacred and tender associations. Therefore, I do not hesitate to say that the existence of a marked correspondence between its teaching and that of New Thought can only be a source of strength and stimulation for each of us who have in the past been accustomed to regard the old and sacred book as a treasure of divine wisdom. We will discover that the clearest light will soften the rough places and illuminate the dark places, and that treasures of knowledge hidden in the ancient volume we have not heard the half. The Bible emphasizes the glorious freedom of the children of God, thus uniting in one phrase the dual idea of filial dependence and personal freedom. A careful study of the subject will show us that there is no opposition between the two ideas, but that they are necessary correlates of each other, and that whether exposed according to the more centered method of the Bible or according to the more detailed method of New Thought, the true teaching proclaims not our independence from God, but our independence in God. Such an investigation naturally focuses on the words of Jesus, for whatever our opinion on the nature of the authority with which he spoke, we must all agree that these statements carry particular weight as the verbal summit from which the entire New Testament developed. And if we can trace an identity of conception in the New Thought movement, here, at the very source, we may also expect in the lower currents the key to the Master's teaching. The key to the Master's teaching lies in his discourse with the Samaritan woman and is contained in the assertion that the Father is Spirit, that is, Spirit in the absolute and unconditional sense of the word, as suggested by the original Greek, and not a spirit as translated in the authorized version. Then, as a natural correlate of the Father, we find another term used, the Son. The relationship between these two constitutes the great theme of Jesus' teaching, and therefore it is very important to have a clear idea of what he meant by these terms if we are to understand what he was really teaching. Well, if the Father is this Spirit, the Son must also be Spirit, for a son must necessarily be of the same nature as his Father. But as the Father is absolute and universal Spirit, it is evident that the Son cannot be absolute and universal Spirit, for there cannot be two universal spirits, otherwise neither would be universal. Therefore, we can logically deduce that as the Father is this universal Spirit, the Son is this non-universal Spirit, and the only definition of non-universal spirit is individualized and particular spirit. Scripture tells us that spirit is life, and taking this as the definition of spirit, we find that the Father is absolute, original, and undifferentiated life, and the Son is the same life differentiated into particular forms. Therefore, in the broadest sense of the expression, the Son represents all visible or invisible creation, and in this sense, it is simply the differentiation of universal life into a multitude of particular modes. But if we have an adequate idea of the intelligent and receptive nature of spirit, if we realize that as pure being it must be infinite intelligence and infinite responsiveness, then we will see that its reproduction in the particular admits of countless degrees, from a simple outward expression to the fullest expression of infinite intelligence and responsiveness in spirit. Jesus' teachings addressed the hearts and minds of men, and thus the degree of sonship he spoke of relates to the expression of being in the human heart and intellect. Therefore, this can again be conceived in countless degrees. In some men there exists the naked potentiality of sonship, completely undeveloped yet, in others the beginnings of its development, in still others a more complete development, and so on, until we can suppose a supreme case where the absolutely perfect reproduction of the universal is attained. Each of these stages constitutes a more and more complete expression of sonship, until the supreme development reaches a point where it can only be described as the perfect image of the Father. It is very remarkable that in defining the Son based on Jesus' own statement, we arrive exactly at the definition of spirit as that power which knows itself in the capacity to thus recognize its identity of nature with the Father. It is in this that the potential fact of sonship resides, for the prodigal son remained a son even before beginning to become aware of his relationship with his Father. Indeed, it is the dawn of this recognition that constitutes the spiritual baby or child, and by degrees this consciousness grows until it reaches the complete state of spiritual maturity. To recognize by the individual his own identity with the universal spirit is precisely what constitutes the foundation of new thought, and thus, at the outset, both systems radiate from a common center. But I suppose the characteristic of new thought that poses the greatest obstacle for those viewing the movement from the outside is its claim of thought power as an active factor in everyday life affairs. As a mere set of speculative opinions, people might be inclined to classify it with the philosophical systems of Kant and Hegel, but it is the practical element within it that causes difficulty. It is not merely a system of thought based on a conception of the unity of being, but it claims to carry this conception to its legitimate consequences in the production of visible and tangible external results through the simple exercise of thought power. A ridiculous claim, a claim that cannot be tolerated by common sense, an interference with divine prerogative, a claim of unparalleled audacity. Thus speaks the occasional objector. But this claim is not without parallel, for the same claim has been advanced on the same ground by the great Master himself, as the fitting result of the Son's recognition of his relationship with the Father. Ask what you desire, and you shall receive. Whatever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it shall be granted to you. Nothing shall be impossible to you if you have faith. These assertions are absolutely devoid of any note of limitation, except that imposed by the seeker's lack of faith in his own power to move the infinite. It is as clear a statement of the effectiveness of mental power to produce external and tangible results as any of the affirmations made now by New Thought, and it is made precisely on the same basis, namely, the disposition of the Father or Spirit in the universal to respond to the movement of the Spirit in the individual. In the Bible, this movement of individualized spirit is called prayer and is synonymous with thought formulated with the purpose of producing this response. Prayer is the sincere desire of the heart, whether spoken or not, and we must not be deceived by the association of particular forms with specific words. Rather, we should follow the wise counsel of Oliver Wendell Holmes and subject such words to a process of disintegration that reveals their true meaning. Whether we call our act prayer or concentration of thought, we mean the same thing. It is man's claim to move the infinite by the action of his own mind. However, it may be objected that this definition omits an important element of prayer, namely, whether God will listen to it, but this is precisely the element that Jesus most rigorously excludes in his description of the mental act. Prayer, according to popular notion, is a very uncertain affair. Whether we are heard or not depends entirely on another will, to the action of which we are wholly ignorant, and therefore, according to this notion, the very essence of prayer consists in absolute uncertainty. Jesus' conception of prayer was quite the opposite. He asks us to believe that we have already received in reality what we ask for, and he makes this the condition for receiving. In other words, he makes absolute certainty about the corresponding response in the infinite, the essential factor of mental action, which is exactly the condition that New Thought establishes for the successful operation of thought power. However, it may be objected that if men have an indiscriminate power to project their thought for the achievement of anything they desire, they can do so for evil as easily as for good. But Jesus fully recognized this possibility and performed the only destructive miracle known with the express purpose of emphasizing the danger. The reason given by the Gospel compilers for the destruction of the fig tree is clearly inadequate, for we certainly cannot suppose Jesus to be so irrational as to curse a tree for not bearing fruit out of season. But the record itself shows an entirely different intent. Jesus responded to the disciples' amazed question by telling them that it was within their power not only to do what had been done to the fig tree, but to produce effects on a much larger scale. And he concluded the conversation by establishing the duty of heart forgiveness as a necessary preliminary to prayer. Because this precept was so particularly emphasized in this particular connection, evidently because the demonstration he had just made of the value of thought power in the hands of instructed persons highlighted the fact that this power can be used as destructively as beneficially, and therefore a careful search in the heart to eradicate any latent evil sentiment became an imperative preliminary for its safe use. Otherwise, there was the danger that harmful currents of thought would be triggered to the detriment of others. The miracle of the fig tree was a deliberate choice to show the necessity of carefully handling this unlimited power that Jesus assured his disciples they possessed as fully as himself. I do not pretend to go into detail on this subject here, but I believe it has been sufficiently demonstrated to convince us that Jesus made exactly the same assertion regarding the power of thought. What the New Thought movement is doing today is an assertion, and it is encouraging to find an authority equally committed to the same assertion. The general principle upon which this assertion by representatives of New Thought is based is the identity of the spirit in the individual with the spirit in the universe, and we will find that this is also the foundation of Jesus' teaching on the subject. He says, "The Son can do nothing of himself, but what he sees the Father do, the Son does in the same manner." Now it must be sufficiently clear that the Son is a generic term not restricted to any particular individual, but applicable to all. And this assertion explains the Son's mode of action in relation to the Father. The point this phrase particularly emphasizes is that what the Father does, the Son also does. His doing corresponds to his seeing, and if the seeing expands, the doing expands with it. But we are all familiar enough with this principle in other domains that differentiate an Edison or a Marco Polo from an apprentice who only knows how to flick a light switch. Generally, it is his ability to see the universal principles of electricity and apply them in specific ways. The great painter is one who sees the universal principles of form and color, while the lesser man sees only a particular combination. The same goes for the great surgeon, chemist, lawyer. In all fields, it is the power of insight that distinguishes the great from the small. It is the ability to make extensive generalizations and perceive far-reaching laws that elevates the exceptional mind above the ordinary level. The greatest work always results from the greatest vision of abstract principles from which all art or science is generated, and this same law applied to the universal principles of life is the law by which the Son's work is proportional to his vision of the Father's mode of work. Thus, the Son's source of power lies in contemplating the Father, that is, in the effort to realize the true nature of being, whether in abstract or generic forms of manifestation. This is Bacon's maxim, work as God works. And similarly, new thought consists primarily in realizing the laws of being, and the result of seeing is that the Son does the same things as the Father in the same manner. The Son's action is the reproduction of universal principles applied to specific cases. The principles remain unchanged and always act in the same way, and the Son's task is to determine the particular domain of his operation in relation to the specific object he has in view. Thus, concerning this object, the Son's action becomes also the Father's action. Again, there is nothing hidden from the Father's side. He has no secrets because the Father loves the Son and shows him everything he does. There is perfect reciprocity between the Spirit in the universe and in individualization resulting from the identity of being, and the Son's recognition of love as the active principle of this unity gives him an intuitive vision of all these inner workings of universal life that we call the mysteries of nature. Love has a divine gift of insight and cannot be reached by intellect alone, and the old adage, "Love will find the way," has a deeper meaning than appears on the surface. Thus, there is not only seeing, but also showing, and the terms look, see, show combine to form a power of work to which it is impossible to assign a limit. Here again, Jesus' teaching is in perfect correspondence with that of New Thought, which tells us that limitations exist only where we place them ourselves, and that we see ourselves as beings of limited knowledge, power, and love, becoming external manifestation of the visible fact. Any objection, therefore, to New Thought teaching regarding latent possibilities in man applies with equal force to Jesus' teachings. His doctrine was clearly that the perfect individuality of man is a dualistic unity, the polarization of the infinite in the manifested, and it is enough to recognize this truth for the manifested element in this binary system to demonstrate its identity with the corresponding element that is not visible externally. He said that he and his Father were one, that those who had seen him had seen the Father, that the words he spoke were from the Father and that it was the Father who did the works. Nothing can be more explicit than the absolute unity of manifested individuality with the original infinite Spirit is affirmed or is implicitly present in each of the statements attributed to Jesus, whether they come from himself or from others. He recognizes only one radical difference, the difference between those who know this truth and those who do not. The distinction between disciple and master is only of degree, erased by the expansive power of growth. The disciple, when perfected, will be like his master. Everything that prevents the individual from fully exercising infinite power for any purpose is his lack of faith, his inability to fully realize the extraordinary truth that he is himself, the power he seeks. Such was the teaching of Jesus, just as it was of New Thought. And this truth of man's divine sonship, once taken as the great foundation, builds logically upon it a magnificent heritage that eye has not seen, nor ear heard, neither has it entered into the heart of man to conceive, growing upon it a glorious heritage that each can legitimately claim by right of his common humanity. Intelligence and capacity for response are the generic nature of the Spirit in each mode, and it is the concentration of this in consciousness centers that creates personality, that is, self-conscious individuality. This varies greatly in degree, from its first brilliance in the animal to its intense development in the great masters of spiritual science, That is why it is called the power that knows itself. It is the power of self-recognition that creates personality. And as we grow to see that our personality is not all contained in our hat and boots, as Walt Whitman says, but extends towards infinity, then we discover that it is the infinite in us, the same I am that is. Thus our personality expands, and we become aware of increasingly higher degrees of life in itself. It all depends on this principle of reciprocity. Through contemplation, we come to understand the true nature of the Spirit or the Father. We learn to detach the variable factors from the particular modes of the invariable factors that are the essential qualities of the underlying spirit in all modes. Then, when we realize these essential qualities, we see that we can apply them under any mode we choose. In other words, we provide the variable factor of combination through the action of our thought as desire or will, and thus combine it with the invariable or constant factor of the essential law of spirit, thereby producing the result we desire. This is exactly what we do in relation to physical nature. For example, the electrician provides the variable factor of the particular mode of application, and the constant laws of electricity respond to the nature of the invitation made to them. This capacity to respond is inherent in spirit. Otherwise, spirit would have no means of expansion in manifestation. The capacity to respond is the principle of spirit's self-expression. We do not have to create a response from electricity. We can consider this capacity to respond as a pure, natural law. Our desire first works at the group level, then focuses through various levels of form until it reaches complete external manifestation. The Father, then, as we have seen, if the Son is the differentiating principle of spirit that gives rise to countless individualities, the Father is the unifying principle by which these countless individualities are united in a common life. And the necessity of recognizing this great foundation of universal harmony constitutes the foundation of Jesus' teaching on the subject of worship. Woman, believe me, the hour is coming when neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem will you worship the Father. You worship what you do not know. We worship what we know, for salvation is from the Jews. But the hour is coming and is now here, when the true worshippers will worship the Father in spirit and truth. In these few words, the great Master sums up the whole subject. He particularly emphasizes the type of worship to which he refers, based primarily on knowledge. We worship what we know, and it is this knowledge that gives worship a healthy and life-giving quality. It is not ignorant worship of wonder and fear, a mere self-abnegation before a vast, vague, and unknown power that might harm us if we do not know how to appease it, but rather a defined act performed with a definite purpose. This means it is the use of one of our natural faculties upon its proper object in an intelligent manner. Samaritan worship in ignorance is preferable to not worshipping at all, because it at least recognizes the existence of a center around which man's life must revolve, something that prevents the aimless dispersion of his powers due to lack of a centripetal force uniting them. Even the crudest notion of prayer, as a mere attempt to persuade God to change his mind, is at least a first step towards the truth that the complete supply of all our needs can be drawn from the infinite. However, such worship is beset with perplexities and can give only a feeble answer to the mocking atheist who asks, "What is man that God should remember him, a fleeting atom among countless worlds?" Now Jesus' teaching dismisses all these perplexities with the simple word, knowledge. There is only one true way to do anything, and that is to know exactly what we want to do and to know exactly why we want to do it. Everything else is error. We may sometimes be mistaken in what is right, but we cannot make it our principle of life for eternity. And if we must abandon the method of error sooner or later, why not do it now, and begin immediately to benefit by acting upon the intelligible principle? The knowledge that the Son, as individualized spirit, has its correlative in the Father as universal spirit, provides us with the track we need. However we may try to explain it, the fact is that abolition is the fundamental characteristic of spirit. We can speak of conscious, subconscious, or superconscious action, but whatever form we imagine, the general tendency of people to life becomes abundantly evident in any comprehensive view of nature, whether seen from without or within, and we can call it by the general name of evolution. But the mistake we must avoid is to suppose that abolition takes the same form in universal spirit as in individualized spirit. The same terms, universal and individual, forbid it, for to the universal as such to exercise a specific abolition by focusing on the details of a particular case would be to pass into individualization and cease to be the absolute and infinite. It would no longer be the Father but the Son. Therefore, it is precisely by not exercising specific abolition that the Father remains the Father or the great unifying principle. But the quality of will is not absent from spirit in the universal, otherwise where would this quality in us come from? It is present, but according to the nature of the plane on which it acts, the universal is not specific, and everything in the universal plane must partake of the nature of that plane. Thus, abolition in the Father is not specific, and what is not specific and individual must be generic. Generic abolition is therefore the mode of evolution that belongs to the universal, and generic abolition is the tendency. This is the solution to the puzzle, and this solution is not obscure in Jesus' statement that the Father seeks true worshippers who worship him in spirit and in truth. What do we understand by tendency? From the root tend, which means a push outward in a certain defined direction, the attention of some force seeking to expand. What force? The universal vital principle. This search of the Father is the expansive precision of the universal vital principle, which seeks the path of least resistance along which it will flow towards the fullest manifestation of individualized life. It is a tendency that will manifest according to the degree of reception. St. John says, "And we have this confidence in him, that if we ask anything according to his will, he hears us. And if we know that he hears us, whatever we ask, we know that we have the requests that we have asked of him." According to the popular notion of the will of God, this passage completely loses its value, for it makes everything depend on what we ask according to his will. But when we realize that the will of God is an unvarying law of tendency, we have a clear standard by which to determine whether we can reasonably hope to obtain what we desire. We can study this law of tendency like any other law, and this study is the essence of true worship. The word worship means to consider worthy of observation. The proverb says that imitation is the sincerest form of worship, but truly we can say that this is the sincerest worship. Therefore, true worship is the study of the universal vital principle, the Father, in its nature and in its modes of action. And when we have thus understood the law of God, the law which is inherent in the nature of the infinite being, we shall know that by conforming our own particular action to this general law, we shall find that this law will produce in every case the results which we desire. This is no more or less miraculous than what happens in all cases of applied science. Only a true chemist or engineer is one who, first learning to obey the general trend of natural laws, is capable of ordering them to achieve his own individual ends. No other method will succeed. So it is with the student of the divine mystery of life. He must first learn the great laws of its generic tendencies, and then only be able to apply that tendency for the realization of any specific effect he may desire. Common sense tells us what should be the law of this tendency. The Master taught that a house divided against itself cannot stand, and for the principle of life, to do anything that restricts the fullest expansion of life would be to act for its own destruction. Therefore, in this case, to know whether our intention is in accordance with the great law, we must ask ourselves whether it works for the expansion or for the restriction of life. And according to the answer, we can positively say whether our purpose is or is not in accordance with the will of God. Therefore, as long as we work within the framework of this general will of the Father, we need not fear that divine providence, as an agency, will act unfavorably towards us. We can dismiss that fear, for we ourselves are manifestations of the same power that is already the Father. The I Am is one. And as long as we preserve this unity by conforming to the general nature of the I Am in the universe, we shall certainly not destroy that unity by engaging in a specific course of action of our own volition. Here we find the secret of power. It is contained in the true worship of the Father. which is the constant recognition of the vitality of the original spirit and the fact that we as individuals remain parts of that spirit. And therefore, the law of our nature is perpetually to draw life from the inexhaustible reservoirs of the infinite, not bottles of life water mixed with other ingredients and labeled for such or such particular purpose, but the complete flow of the pure current itself, which we are free to use for any purpose we desire. Let him who will take of the water of life freely. In this way, the worship of the Father becomes the central principle of individual life, not as a restriction of our freedom, but as the only possible basis for it. Just as a planetary system would be impossible without a central sun to control it, so harmonious life is impossible without the recognition of the infinite spirit, whose generic power serves to control each individual being in its appropriate orbit. This is the teaching of the Bible, and it is also the teaching of the New Thought, which asserts that life, with all its limitless possibilities, is a continuous flow of the infinite that we can direct in any direction we desire. But one may wonder what happens if we go against this generic law of spirit. This is an important question, and I must leave the answer for further consideration. Conclusion. I concluded my last chapter with the transcendent question: what happens if we go against the generic law of spirit? What happens if we go against any natural law? Obviously, the law is against us. We can use the laws of nature, but we cannot alter them. By opposing any natural law, we place ourselves in an opposing position to it, and thus, from this false standpoint, it seems that the law itself is working against us with a definite purpose. But the inversion comes entirely from ourselves, and not from a change in the action of the law. The law of spirit, like all other laws, is impersonal in itself, but we carry in it, so to speak, the reflection of our own personality, although we cannot alter its generic character. Therefore, if we oppose its generic tendency towards universal good, we will find in it the reflection of our own opposition and confusion. The law of spirit continues invariably in its course, and what is spoken of in popular phraseology as divine wrath is nothing more than the reflex action that naturally follows when we set ourselves in opposition to this law. The evil that results is not a personal intervention of the universal spirit, which would imply its entry into a specific manifestation, but it is the natural outcome of causes we ourselves set in motion. Yet the effect for us will be exactly the same as if it were the will of an adverse personality, even if we fail to realize that in truth, the personal element is our own. And if we are aware of the wonderfully complex nature of man and the various interactions of principles that link the material body at one end of the scale with the purely spiritual self at the other, we will have a slight idea of the extent of the field in which these adverse influences can operate, which are not limited to the plane of external manifestation, but also act on the internal planes that give rise to the externals, which are of a more enduring nature. Thus, the philosophical study of spirit, far from providing an excuse for lax conduct, adds an emphatic definition to the biblical exhortation to flee from the anger of God. But on the other hand, it frees us from unfounded terrors, the fear that our repentance will not be accepted, the dread of rejection due to our inability to subscribe to traditional dogma, the fear of total uncertainty about the future, fears that embitter life and make the prospect of love terrifying to those enslaved to them. The knowledge that we deal with a power that shows no partiality, in which there is no variability, which is in fact an unalterable law, immediately liberates us from all these terrors. The very immutability of the law ensures that any past opposition to it, whether through ignorance or willfulness, does not prevent it from acting according to its own benevolent and life-giving character as soon as we abandon our inverted position and place ourselves in our true relationship with it. The laws of nature do not nurture vengeance, and once we adapt our methods to their character, they will work for us regardless of our past errors. The law of spirit may be more complex than that of electricity. As expressed within us, it is the law of conscious individuality. But this does not prevent it from being a purely natural law that follows the universal rule, and thus we can dismiss from our minds the unfounded fear that a divine power will retaliate against us because of the past. If we sincerely seek to do what is right now, the new causes we set in motion will produce their own effect with the same certainty that the old causes did. Thus, by inaugurating a new sequence of good, we will cut off the old sequence of evil. Of course, we cannot expect the new sequence to occur as long as we continue to repeat the old causes, for the fruit must necessarily reproduce the nature of the seed. Therefore, we are masters of the situation, and whether in this world or in the next depends on ourselves to perpetuate evil or to eliminate it and put good in its place. And it may be noted in passing that the great central Christian doctrine rests on the most perfect knowledge of the law and its practical application to a profound problem of the deepest psychological science. But this is a vast subject and cannot be adequately treated here. Much has been written and said about the origin of evil, and a volume could be filled with the detailed study of the subject. But for all practical purposes, it can be summarized in one word: limitation. For what is the ultimate cause of all struggles, whether public or private, if not the idea that good is limited for the majority of humanity? It is a fixed idea, and therefore they argue that since there is only a certain limited amount of good, their share of it cannot be increased except by a corresponding decrease in someone else's share. Anyone who has this idea naturally rejects any attempt to deprive him of any portion of this limited quantity. Hence arises all the harvest of envy, hatred, fraud, and violence, whether between individuals, classes, or nations. If people realize the truth that good is not a limited quantity, but a continuously flowing current from the infinite without bounds and ready to take any direction we decide to give it, and that each one is capable, by the action of his own thought, of drawing it out indefinitely, replacing this new and true idea with the old and false one of limitation, would at once eliminate all the struggles and conflicts of the world. Each man would find in others an ally rather than a competitor, and the same laws of nature that now seem so often to war against us would become an inexhaustible source of benefits and pleasures. They were not able to enter into rest because of their unbelief. They limited the Holy One of Israel. In these words, the Bible, like New Thought, tracks all the pain of the world, this terrible evil which expresses itself with such disastrous influence through the pessimistic literature of the time, at the sole root of a false belief, the belief in the limitation of man. It suffices to replace it with the true belief, and evil would come to an end. Well, the foundation of this true belief is this clear apprehension of the Father, which, as I have shown, constitutes the basis of Jesus' teaching. From one perspective, the universal principle of intelligent life is a power that must be obeyed in the same way that we must obey all the laws of nature. From another perspective, it is a power that must be utilized. We must never lose sight of the fact that obedience to natural law in its generic tendency necessarily entails a corresponding power to use that law in its specific application. This is the old adage that knowledge is power. It is the old paradox with which Jesus confronted ignorant scribes. How could the Lord of David also be his son? The word David means loved, and to be loved implies that reciprocal sympathy which is intuitive knowledge. Thus, David the beloved is the man who has realized his true sonship relationship with his Father and is in harmony with the infinite. On the other hand, this infinite is his Lord, because it is the complex of all these immutable laws from which it is impossible to deviate without suffering the consequent loss of power. Furthermore, this knowledge of the most intimate principles of being places him in possession of unlimited powers that he can apply to any specific purpose. Thus, he stands before them in the position of a father who has the authority to command the services of his son. Therefore, the Lord of David becomes by a natural transition his son, and it is precisely in this that consists the principle of filiation. It is the elevation of man from the condition of servant, due to limitation, to the condition of son, by the total elimination of all limitations. Believing and acting according to this principle is believing in the Son of God, and a practical belief in our own filiation thus frees us from all evil and fear of evil. This takes us out of the realm of death and leads us to the realm of life. Just as any good seed of real liberation, once planted in the heart, is sure to germinate. And the more we strive to promote its growth by trying to understand with our understanding the reason for these things, and by putting our knowledge into practice, the sooner we will find that our lives are enriched with living situations, bringing joy to ourselves, a glow to our homes, a blessing that extends to all around us in ever-widening circles. Enough has been said to show the identity of principles between the teaching of the Bible and that of New Thought. Treated in detail, the question would extend to many explanatory volumes of the Old and New Testaments. And if this great work were to be accomplished, I have no doubt that harmony would extend to the smallest details. But the clues contained in the previous documents will, I hope, be sufficient to show that there is nothing antagonistic between the two systems, or rather to show that they are one. The statement of the one truth that has always been and will always be. And if what I have tried to expose to my listeners incites them to delve deeper into the subject themselves, I can promise them an inexhaustible flow of wonder, pleasure, and strength in studying the old book in the light of New Thought. Chapter 20. Hacking and Boaz. And he set up the columns in front of the temple, one on the right and one on the left, and he called the one on the right Hacking and the one on the left Boaz. 2 Chronicles 3:17. It is very likely that some of us have wondered what was the significance of these two mysterious columns erected by Solomon in front of his temple, and why they were called by these strange names. And then we set aside the subject as one of those inexplicable things handed down in the Bible from ancient times that we suppose have no practical interest for us today. However, these strange names are not without purpose. They contain the key to the entire Bible and all the order of nature, and as emblems of the two great principles that are the pillars of the universe, they were judiciously placed on the threshold of that temple designed to symbolize all the mysteries of being in all the languages of the mythical tree trunk. The letters J and Y are interchangeable, as we see in modern Arabic, where Jacob is sometimes written Yaqub, and in ancient Hebrew, where Yahweh is often written Jehovah. This gives us the form Yaking, which immediately reveals the puzzle. The word Jacques means one, and the suffix Y is intensive, which can be translated in Spanish as only. Thus, the word Yaking resolves to one alone, the encompassing unity. The meaning of Boaz is clearly seen in the book of Ruth, where Boaz appears as the relative exercising the right of redemption, well known to those initiated in Eastern law. This right aims to maintain the family as a social unit. According to this widespread custom, the buyer who is not a family member acquires the property subject to the right of the relatives to redeem it to certain degrees, bringing it back into the family to which it originally belonged. Whatever our personal opinions on controversial issues of dogmatic theology, we can all agree on the general principle indicated in the role played by Boaz. He restores alienated property to the family. That is, he redeems it in the legal sense. By law, his power to do so derives from his membership in the family, but his motive is love, his affection for Ruth. Without pushing the analogy too far, we must say that Boaz represents the principle of redemption in the broadest sense of reclaiming property by right of kinship, while the intimate force animating his recovery is love. This is what Boaz represents in the beautiful story of Ruth, and there is no reason not to let the same name represent the same thing when we seek the meaning of this mysterious column. Thus, the two columns symbolize unity and the redeeming power of love. With the significant suggestion that redemption results from unity, correspond the two bonds or principles of union spoken of by St. Paul, the unity of the Spirit, which is the bond of peace, and love, which is the bond of perfection. The first is unity of being, the second is unity of intention. And the principle of this double unity is well illustrated by the story of Boaz. The whole story rests on the idea of family, social community, the root concept of all Eastern law. And if we consider family in this light, we will see how it exactly embodies the dual idea of Yakin and Boaz, unity of being and unity of thought. The family forms a unity because all members come from the same parent and thus all are of the same blood. But although this gives them a natural unity of being from which they cannot escape, it is not enough in itself to make them a united family, as experience unfortunately often shows, something more must be done, and that something is love. There must be a personal union brought about by sympathetic thought to complement the natural union resulting from birth. The inherent unity must be expressed by the individual will of each member, and thus the family becomes ideally perfect social unity, the truth to which St. Paul refers when he calls God the Father, from whom every family in heaven and on earth derives its name. Thus, Boaz represents the principle that restores to original unity what has been separated for a time. There has never been a separation of real being. The family right has always subsisted in property, even when it was in the hands of strangers. Otherwise, it could never have been restored. But the principle of love is necessary to put this right into effective operation. When it begins to operate in the knowledge of its right to do so, then the individual reintegrates into unity and recognizes himself as a particular expression of the universal by virtue of his own nature. These two pillars thus represent the two great spiritual principles underlying all life, Yakin representing the resultant unity of being, and Boaz representing the resultant unity of love. In this double unity, we find the key to all conceivable involution or evolution of the spirit, and it is not without reason that the record of these two ancient pillars has been preserved in our scriptures. And finally, we can take this as an indication of the character of our scriptures in general. They contain infinite meanings and often passages that seem most insignificant. On the surface reveal deeper meaning. The book that we often read so superficially hides under its sometimes apparently trivial words the secrets of other things. The twin pillars, Yakin and Boaz, testify to this truth. The following commentary was made by Judge Howard after the publication of this work in Expression. The two pillars of the universe are personality and mathematics, represented respectively by Boaz and Yakin. This is the broadest simplification to which it is possible to reduce things. Balance consists in preserving the balance or alternating current between these two principles. Personality is the absolute factor. Mathematics is the relative factor, because it only measures different rhythms or scales. In this sense, they are absolute. Once a particular scale is selected, all its sequences will inexorably follow a law of order and proportion. But the selection of the scale and the transition from one scale to another rest entirely on personality. What personality cannot do is make one scale produce the results of another, but it can set aside one scale and replace it with another. Thus, personality contains within itself the universal scale. It can adapt to rates of movement already established or raise them to its own rate of movement. That is why personality is the ultimate great fact of all things. Different personalities must be regarded as different degrees of consciousness, different degrees of emergence of power that knows itself. In chapter 21 it is written, "You shall no more be termed forsaken, and your land shall no more be termed desolate. But you shall be called, My delight is in her, and your land married. For the Lord delights in you, and your land shall be married." Isaiah 62:4. The name Hephzibah, or as it could be written, Appa, conveys a very clear idea to anyone who has lived in the East and evokes a series of familiar words containing the same root, have, which means to keep or care for, such as Aphis, a protector, a guardian, or Haphel, a chief of the register, or even Hafaj, a guard, as in Hafiz, the police. All words derived from this root suggest the idea of protection, and so the name Hephzibah immediately speaks of its own significance. It signifies someone who is protected, a ward, and in response to this there must be a protective power, and the name of this power is given in Hosea 2:16, where it is called Baali. "And it shall be at that day, saith the Lord, that thou shalt call me Ishi, and shalt call me no more Baali." Baali means Lord, and Beulah means husband, and between the two there is a whole world of distinction. To call the great power Baali is to live in one world, and to call it my husband is to live in another. The world ruled by Baali is a world of miserable worms and creeping things of that sort, but a world illuminated by Beulah is a world where men and women walk upright, aware of their own divine nature, instead of sneaking to avoid being crushed under Moloch's feet as he roams his domains. If the name Hephzibah did not suggest a mistaken idea, there would be no need to change it for another. Thus, the change of name indicates the opening of the mind to a broader and stronger conception of the true nature of the guiding principle of the universe. The notion of an imperious autocrat, ill-humored and resentful if his childish vanity is not satisfied by hearing his own praises proclaimed formally, often in fear, is also not that of an all-powerful extorter desiring to deprive us of what we value most, whether to satisfy his greed or demonstrate his sovereignty. This is the image men have of God, and before which they bow in terror, offering worship that is the worship of worth and leaving life in blank because all the liveliness has been erased. And if it is the incarnation of the opposite conception, a wise and affectionate husband instead of an overseer exploiting his slaves. In its true essence, the relationship between husband and wife is totally devoid of any question of superiority or inferiority. It is like asking whether the front or rear wheel of the bicycle is more important, both forming a whole in which the functions of both parts are reciprocal and equally necessary. However, for this same reason, these functions cannot be identical in a well-ordered household where husband and wife are united by love and mutual respect. We see that the function of the man is to enter into a wider world to provide his wife with what she needs for the maintenance and comfort of the household, while the function of the wife is to be the distributor of what her husband provides according to her own judgment. And the sensible man, knowing he can trust a sensible wife, does not want to stick his nose into every affair. Thus, everything works harmoniously, the wife relieved of responsibilities that are not naturally hers, and the man freed from responsibilities that are not naturally his. But in perplexity or danger, the wife knows that her husband will receive all necessary help and protection, being the wise and strong man we assumed he was, and with this certainty she can pursue the occupations of her own domain without being disturbed by any fear or anxiety. This relationship of protection and guidance is what the word Hebrew suggests. It is the name of those who realize their identity with the divine spirit that orders everything. One who realizes this unity with the Spirit is both guided and protected. And here we touch the edge of a deep natural material that formed the basis of all that was most precious in the later mysteries of the ancients, and whose substance we must understand if we are to make progress in the future. Whatever form we adopt to convey the idea to ourselves or others, it is the relationship of the individual spirit with the universal spirit, the combination of unity with independence, which, though quite clear when known through personal experience, is almost inexpressible in words, but which is often represented in the Bible under the figure of marital relations. It is a basic principle, and it permeates in various ways all of nature, and has been symbolized in all the religions that the world has known. And to the extent that the individual becomes aware of this relationship, he will discover that he is able to use the universal spirit while being guided and guarded by it at the same time. Think what it would be like to exercise the power of the universal spirit without having its guidance. It would be the old story of Phaethon trying to drive the chariot of the sun, which led to his own destruction. And unlimited power without corresponding guidance would be the worst curse anyone could bring upon their head. The relationship between the individual spirit and the universal spirit, represented in the interconnected names of Epsi and Va and Sai, must never be lost sight of. For the great guiding spirit that transcends our intellectual consciousness is none other than ourselves. It is the unique being that is the foundation of all individual beings, and thus, in all its limitation, is as entirely one with every individual as if it existed in no other being. Therefore, we do not have to venture out of ourselves to find it, for it is the infinite expansion of all that we truly are. By seeking its guidance and protection, we rely on no power borrowed from outside, but on the supreme fact of our own nature, which we can use in whatever direction we want with perfect freedom, without knowing any limitation except the obligation not to do violence to our own purest and highest feelings. And this relationship is totally natural. We must find the middle ground between imploring and ignoring. A natural law does not need to be begged to function, and on the other hand we cannot make use of it if we ignore its existence. Therefore, we must assume that the law operates and accordingly make use of it, and as it is the law of the Spirit, and the Spirit is personality, this power, which is both ourselves and above us, can be treated as a person, and we can speak to it, and its responses will be received by the inner ear of the heart. Any philosophical scheme that does not translate into this personal relationship with the Divine Spirit is incomplete. Perhaps it is correct up to a certain point, but it does not go far enough and fails to connect us to our vital center. Names matter little as long as the relationship is real. The Supreme Spirit with whom we speak is found only in the deepest recesses of our own being, and as Tennyson said, it is more perfectly ourselves than our own hands and feet. It is our natural foundation, and by becoming aware of this, we find ourselves truly guarded and guided by the Spirit in all things. Nothing is too great or trivial to enter into the great law of our being. There is another aspect of the Spirit in which it is seen as a power to be utilized, and the full flow of life lies in the constant alternation between this aspect and the one we have considered so far. Yet we are always connected to the universal Spirit, just as the flower lives because of its root. The connection itself is intrinsic and can never be severed, but it must be consciously realized before it can be consciously used. Our entire development consists in an increasing awareness of this connection, which allows us to apply the higher power to any purpose we undertake, not simply hoping for a response, but with the certainty that by the law of its own nature it is obliged to act, and with the knowledge that by the same law it is equally bound to guide us in selecting the right objects and methods. Experience will teach us to detect the warning movement of the inner guide, a deep sense of dissatisfaction, an indescribable feeling that something is wrong, are the indications to which we would do well to pay attention. Because we are watched over, and these inner notions are the work of the most intimate principle of our own being, which is the immediate effusion of the great universal life into individuality. But by paying attention to it, we find ourselves protected, not as prisoners, but as a beloved and honored spouse, whose freedom is ensured by a protection that will allow no harm. We will discover that the law of our nature is freedom, and that nothing except our own misunderstanding can lead us away from it. Chapter 22. Spirit and Hand. Before me is a curious piece of ancient Egyptian symbolism depicting the sun sending countless rays to the earth, with the peculiarity that each ray ends in a hand. This method of representing the sun is so unusual that it suggests the presence in the mind of the designer of an idea quite different from those generally associated with the sun as a spiritual emblem. And if I interpret the symbol correctly, it establishes not only the truth of the divine being as the great source of all life and illumination, but also the correlative truth of our individual relationship with this center. Each ray is terminated by a hand, and a hand is the emblem of active work. I think it would be difficult to give a better symbolic representation of the countless individualities, each working separately, although all deriving their activity from a common source. The hand works on the earth, and the sun, of which it is a ray, shines in the heavens, but the line of connection shows from where all the strength and skill of the hand come. If we observe the microcosm of our own person, we find this principle exactly reproduced. Our hand is the instrument through which all our literary, artistic, mechanical, or domestic work is accomplished. But we know that all this work is in reality the work of the Spirit, the will that lies at the center of our system, which first determines what needs to be done, and then sets the hand to work to do it. And in doing so, Spirit and hand become one, so that the hand is nothing but the Spirit at work. Applying this analogy to the microcosm, we see that each of us is in the same relationship with the universal Spirit as our hand is with our individual spirit. At least this is our normal relationship, and we will never use all our strength if we do not properly realize our will as the center of our individuality. Yet we would do well to imagine our individuality as an ellipse rather than a circle, a figure that has two conjugate foci, two centers of balanced revolution instead of one, where one is the will or the faculty to act, and the other is consciousness or the perception of being. If we accomplish only one of these two centers, we will lose mental and moral balance. If we lose sight of this center, which is our personal will, we will become flabby and spineless visionaries. And if, in our desire to develop the backbone, we lose sight of the other center, we will find that we have lost what corresponds to the lungs and heart in the physical body, and that our backbone, however perfectly developed it may be, quickly withers from lack of those functions that give vitality to the entire system, and is fit only to be exhibited in a museum to show how even the strongest spine becomes rigid and lifeless when separated from the organization from which it cannot receive nourishment. We must realize a focus of our individuality as clearly as the other, and balance the two equally if we are to develop all our powers and rise to that perfection of life which knows no limits to its glorious possibilities. Keeping with the old Egyptian symbol previously used and considering ourselves as the hand, we find that we draw all our power from an infinite center, and because it is infinite, we need never fear being able to draw to us all that we need for our work, whether it be the intelligence to grasp the right tool or the strength to use it. Let us also learn from the symbol that it is generic to central power. This is a very important truth. It is the center from which all hands proceed, and it is as open to any hand as to any other. Each hand performs its work separately, and all central energy is at its disposal for its own specific purpose. The work of central energy as such is to supply vitality to the hands, and it is they that differentiate this universal power into all the varied forms of application suggested by their various aptitudes and opportunities. We as human beings live and work because the central spirit lives and works within us. We are one with it, and it is one with us, and as long as we hold this primal truth before us, we realize ourselves as beings of goodness, intelligence, and limitless power, and we work in the fullness of strength and confidence accordingly. But if we lose sight of this truth, we will find that the strongest will must exhaust itself in the unequal struggle of the individual against the universe. For if we do not recognize the central spirit as the source of our vitality, we are literally struggling for our own hand, and all other hands are against us because we have lost the principle of connection with them. This is what must inevitably happen if we no longer trust in our individual will. But if we realize that will is the power by which we give, and that every act of giving implies a corresponding taking, then we will find in the limitless ocean of the living central spirit the source from which we can continue to draw indefinitely, thereby enabling us to give as much as we wish. But for giving to be wise and effective, a strong and unlimited will is absolutely necessary. Therefore, we are right to cultivate the will or the active side of our nature, but we must also cultivate the receptive side. When we do so correctly, seeing in the infinite spirit the sole source of supply, our will is strengthened by the knowledge that all the power of the infinite is present to support it. With this continuous awareness of the infinite power behind us, we can move calmly and firmly toward the realization of any goal, however difficult, without effort or strain, knowing that it will be accomplished not only by the hand, but also by the invincible spirit working through it. Not by might nor by power, but by my spirit, says the Lord of Hosts. Chapter 23. The central control in examining the relationships between body, soul, and spirit, between universal spirit and individual spirit, the systematic study of which constitutes mental science, must never forget that these relationships indicate not separation but unity of these principles. We must learn not to attribute one part of our action to one part of our being, and another to another. Neither action nor functions are divided into separate parts. Action is a whole, and the being performing it is a whole. In a healthy organism, the reciprocal movements of the principles are so harmonious that they never suggest any other feeling than that of a perfectly whole and indivisible being. If any other feeling is present, we can be certain that there is abnormal action somewhere, and we must strive to discover and eliminate the cause. The reason for this is that in any perfect organism there can be only one central control center. A rivalry of controlling principles would be the destruction of the organic whole. Therefore, it is evident that if we are to retain our individuality, that is, if we are to continue to exist, it can only be by maintaining our dominance over the central control principle of ourselves, and if this is the map of our being, It follows that all our future development depends on our recognition and acceptance of this central control principle. Therefore, all our efforts must be directed towards this. Otherwise, all our studies in mental science would lead us into a confusing labyrinth of principles and counter-principles that would be considerably worse than the state of ignorant simplicity from which we started. This central principle of control is the will, and we must never lose sight that all the other principles upon which we have learned in our studies are but its instruments. The will is the true being of which all other functions, and all our progress consists in our increasing recognition of this fact. It is the will that says, "I am," and thus, however exalted or even in their highest developments seemingly miraculous, all our powers can exist, all being just to the central controlling power of the will. When the enlightened will has learned to perfectly identify itself with the limitless powers of knowledge, judgment, and creative thought that are at its disposal, then the individual will have attained perfect fullness, and all limitations will have forever disappeared. And nothing other than this consciousness of perfect wholeness can satisfy us. Anything that fails to achieve this is, to some extent, an incarnation of the principle of death, that great enemy against which the principle of life must wage an unceasing war in whatever form or measure it manifests itself, until death is consumed by victory. There can be no compromise. Either we affirm life as a principle, or we deny it on whatever scale, and the criterion for determining our attitude is the realization of our own completeness. Death is the principle of disintegration, and whenever we admit that the power of any part of our organism, whether spiritual or bodily, induces any condition independently of the intention of the will, we admit that the force of disintegration is superior to the control center within ourselves, and conceive ourselves as subject to the bondage of an adversary whose only way of being freed is to attain a truer thought. And the reason for this is that through ignorance or neglect, we have relinquished our control over the whole system, and we have lost the element of purpose around which the consciousness of individuality should always be centered. Every state of our consciousness, whether active or passive, should be the result of a distinct purpose adopted by our own free will. For passive states should be as much under the control of the will as active ones. It is the lack of purpose that deprives us of power. The higher and more clearly defined our purpose, the more it will stimulate our control over all our faculties to achieve it. And since the greatest of all purposes is the strengthening and elevation of life, once we make this our goal, we find ourselves in union with the supreme universal intelligence, each acting within our individual sphere for the promotion of the same purpose that animates the guiding principle of the great whole. Consequently, we will find that its intelligence and powers are at our disposal, but in all this there should be no strain. The true exercise of will is not an exercise of unnatural force, but simply the directing of our powers into their natural channels, intelligently recognizing the direction in which these channels flow. No matter the diversity of details, they all have a clearly defined common tendency towards the increase of life, whether in ourselves or in others. If we constantly keep this in mind, all our faculties, inner or outer, will work so harmoniously together that there will be no sense of independent action of one or the other, and the distinctions made for study purposes will be set aside. In us, this will be the realization of a great ideal being, both individual and universal, consciously free in its entire individuality and in its joyful participation in the life of the universal whole. Chapter 24. What is higher thought? Resolution approved in October 1902 by the Center for Higher Thought of Kensington, that the Center uphold the definitive teaching of the absolute unity of creator and creation, cause and effect, and that no contradictory or opposed thing to the principles stated be admitted on the platform of the Center for Higher Thought. By unity of cause and effect is meant that the effect man consists only in part, for the cause is a part, but individual personality is therefore not as extended as the whole. This resolution is of paramount importance. Once you admit that there is a power outside yourself, as beneficial as it may be, you will have sown the seed that sooner or later will yield the fruit of fear, which is the total ruin of life, love, and freedom. There is no communication channel. We simply say that they are only reflections, though accurate, of life, and in this admission we have surrendered our birthright, however small. The germ of thought that admits that we are something less in principle than life itself must lead to the final ruin of the vital principle. We are life itself, the difference being that which exists between the generic and specific of the same thing. We must seriously struggle, both within ourselves and outside, for the one great foundation and never admit, from now until eternity, not a single moment, any thought opposed to the fundamental truth of being. The main ideas related to higher thought are, firstly, that man controls circumstances instead of being controlled by them, and secondly, as a consequence of the above, that everything that teaches us to trust in power, lent by an external source, is not higher thought, and that everything that explains to us the infinite origin of our own inherent power and the unlimited nature of that power is higher thought. This avoids the use of terms that can only confuse those not accustomed to abstract phraseology, and is essentially the same as the October 1902 resolution. Chapter 25. Fragments. 1. God is love. Man, having the understanding of God, pronounces the word of power. 2. Man gives voice to God. 3. The Father is balance, the Son is the concentration of the same Spirit, the Spirit is projection.